Yeah, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this Dorset Police and Crime Panel meeting. My name is Mike Short. I'll be chairing this today. This meeting will be held in two phases. First phase, we'll be looking at the PCC's proposal for precept. And the second phase this afternoon, we'll be running through the quarterly report, looking how the PCC is performing against his police and crime plan. Apologies, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. We've got apologies from Councillor Flagg. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mark. Minutes of the last meeting.
So in terms of actions, the PCC's provided information on the Save Lives project, an update on shoplifting and the Community Safety Partnership. The actions that have been identified in the minutes have therefore been completed, and just thank the OPCC for the reports and the updates. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just reconfirm, the shoplifting report was very beneficial to this panel, so thank you for that, Commissioner. If I could ask you to pass on the panel's thanks to the team member that wrote that. Item 3, declarations of interest.
So just the opportunity for panel members invited to make any declarations that are necessary to ensure compliance with the Code of Conduct. So I'll just give that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Item 4, public participation.
There are no questions from the public and no petitions.
Thank you very much for that. Right, we move on to item 5, which is the main element of this first phase, budget precept for the financial year 2024 to 2025. The purpose is to receive and consider the PCC's proposed budget requirement and to independently scrutinise its appropriateness. Just as a reminder, for those that are watching, the panel's decision can be to support the precept proposal. This requires just a simple majority of panel members present. Not to support the precept proposal, again, just requires a simple majority of the panels present. If the panel wishes to veto the proposal for being too high or too low, it will require 8 actual panel members, i.e. 2/3 of the 12 members, 8, to vote against the proposed precept. Only those panel members physically present at the meeting are entitled to vote. And if the precept is vetoed, we then have a subsequent meeting in 2 weeks' time where the PCC will present a new budget, new precept, which can be slightly lower than the one he's proposing now, and the panel does not have the power of veto. I hope that's clear. Therefore, I'd like to move on and ask the PCC to present his report, which will be followed up by questions from the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, panel. Good morning to the people of Dorset who may be watching. This morning is a very important morning because this is about how we fund the police force going forward for the next year. I'm joined this morning not only by my team, Chief Executive Simon Bullock, Director of Operations, what's your name? Adam Harold, my Chief Financial Officer, Julie Strange. But also this morning, I have asked the Chief Constable, Amanda Pearson, to join me as well, because it is very important. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have effectively 4 submissions to the panel. To begin with, I will frame the strategic need. Then I will ask the Chief Constable to talk about the operational issues and the letter that she has written to me, which I have passed to the panel this morning. Then I will ask Julie Strange to give the financial backdrop and Adam Harold to cover the really important point around consultation with you, the public. So, Chair, I'm going to speak from the heart and directly because that's the only way I know how. I didn't spend 3 years as a candidate researching this job and asking the people of Dorset what they wanted for nothing. That was to create a police and crime plan. And that was put in place for 7 years. That police and crime plan is what you have scrutinised for the last 2.75 years. And it has clear priorities, in plain English, to cut crime and antisocial behaviour. And that is working. Crime is down, antisocial behaviour is down. And recently I looked at every section, every beat area across Dorset. It's down in all of the sections and in 83% of those beat areas. And a new priority the force had was Operation Relentless in order to cut antisocial behaviour. That is working. We said priority 2, to be visible, connected and engaged. That's what everybody in Dorset wants from their police force. And this oil tanker is beginning to turn. We have 72 contact points we didn't have before between the police and the public. We have started reopening front offices. We have cut the time for 101. We've also reduced response time as well. Priority 3, the violence and high harm. And we've done amazing things to cut the threat of drugs in our society. With rural crime, we've done the same thing. We have now a rural crime unit which is fit for purpose and which is knocking it out the park. The point is, this plan, which was put in place for 7 years, is working. And we come now to the priority 6, which is about making every penny count. And there's 3 elements to that. One is the scrutinisation of my office of the force, which is done on a regular and consistent basis in order to make certain that every penny is value for money for the people of Dorset. But money comes into this place to allow us to make a difference in 2 ways. One is through the national funding formula. And I've been very clear that we are the 2nd lowest recipient of that in the country. And so when, for example, the recent wage rise was said to be fully funded, yes, at a national level, it was. But when the national funding formula is applied, that means we have a deficit we have to find locally. It is not right. And the other piece, the other effect, the perverse effect that has is on the precept. In Dorset, and I'm very grateful to the people of Dorset that they do this, over half our police force is paid for by the people of Dorset. In other parts of the country, it's 20%. That's not right. So we are here today to look at the funding that we've got and the fact that I have to do something that I didn't want to do. I didn't want to ask the people of Dorset to fund the full precept of £13. That's the most I'm allowed to ask for, and it doesn't cover everything that we need to do. Nevertheless, I am very clear. That plan, which is working for the people of Dorset, which was their plan in the first place, is going to continue. And I've asked the Chief Constable that whatever is done in order to achieve our cost savings, we do not compromise the delivery of the plan for the people of Dorset. So I think that I'm going to stop there. That's the framing I wanted to put about this. And now we're going to hear from the Chief Constable about where we've come from and where we're going from the point of view of operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair and panel. It is a privilege to lead Dorset Police and an honour to work with so many great officers, staff and volunteers, all making their contribution to making Dorset safe for everyone. I'm grateful for the Commissioner and the panel's support last year in securing a budget that has enabled Dorset Police to continue delivery against the Police and Crime Plan. The force has again achieved significant progress against the plan this year, within a difficult financial context, and as always in policing, some anticipated and unique operational demands. As we had anticipated when the budget was set, balancing the current year finances has been challenging, with additional in-year pressures, such as the ongoing impact of high inflation, increased cost of borrowing for capital investment, and as the Commissioner referred to, an underfunded pay award, alongside the need to deliver the near unprecedented level of savings. Delivery of these savings has included renegotiated contracts, additional income generation, innovative use of technology, extending the life of equipment before replacement, and a reduction of police staff posts through a combination of reduced design and vacancies held pending a review. Any discretionary spend has been driven out. We have reduced non-essential travel costs, removed non-essential training, and halved our spend on equipment. Savings have been realised through automation of processes, improved overtime controls, and through reduced use of agency staff. I've also made changes to the way services are delivered, designed to improve the performance whilst delivering financial savings, most notably in changing our workforce mix in the Force Contact Centre. In addition to the Efficiency Board, chaired by my deputy, I've introduced further controls on spending, most notably a vacancy review panel led by my Chief Finance Officer, to consider alternative options before committing to recruit to fill vacant posts. As we enter the final months of this year, it seems increasingly likely we will indeed balance the budget after a year of considerable effort to do so. I am committed to the delivery of the Police and Crime Plan, and over the last year, some of the key successes have included seeing the benefits of our investment in rural crime. Our rural crime team has been recognised nationally as one of the most innovative partnerships to tackle serious and organised acquisitive crime. This unit has worked closely with partner agencies to disrupt criminal networks, experiencing huge successes with a cross-border operation, for example, which led to the seizure of more than £1 million worth of agricultural machinery. The cost of rural crime to the people of Dorset has fallen by 28% since 2021, according to a recent report from the NFU Mutual, and we've recently seen the introduction of rural mounted volunteers. We've been improving outcomes for victims. Nationally, Dorset is ranked as one of the safest counties, and our positive outcome for crime has increased between April and December this year when compared to the same period last year, which means we have relentlessly pursued offenders to achieve positive outcomes in 4,683 crimes, 397 more than the same period last year. We've been improving the accessibility to our policing services. We received over 9,000 more 999 calls in comparison to the same period last year, but increased the percentage that were answered within 10 seconds, and this improvement is continuing. We've also reduced the time it takes to dispatch an officer from just over 8 minutes to 3 minutes. Non-emergency contacts into the force have fallen and are being completed on an average 2 minutes quicker than the same time last year. We saw significantly better call handling performance during the summer months, when average wait times for non-emergency calls were half what they were in 2022. We've opened front counter services in Blandford, Swanage and Lyme Regis in readiness for the busy summer period, providing a flexible and local service for the community to report crime, whilst using this opportunity for local recruitment. We've been improving our response to the public. We've run an innovative trial offering victims greater choice in how officers respond to them. Our trial has provided a modern approach to reporting crime, giving victims the option of speaking to a police officer at a time that's convenient to them and in a location they feel safe and secure in. This trial has evidenced the potential for significant improvements in certain situations, including faster contact with victims, improved investigations, increased victim satisfaction, alongside financial and environmental benefits. By embedding our new officers within frontline teams and repurposing our estate, we've been able to open another patrol hub in Boscombe. Our patrol officers are now based in this community, allowing them to improve response times and better serve the public across Boscombe and Christchurch. We've continued reductions in antisocial behaviour through Operation Relentless. For the period April to December, antisocial behaviour incidents have decreased by 14%, nearly 2,000 fewer incidents than the same period in 2022. We've reduced the number of victims of sexual offences. National figures covering the 12 months to June 2023 show Dorset achieving a reduction of 11.4%, 280 fewer victims of sexual offences, compared to a smaller national reduction of 1.6%. We've reduced the number of victims of violent offences. Again, national figures that cover that 12 months to June 2023 show Dorset achieving a reduction of 1.3%, 265 fewer victims of violence, compared to a smaller national reduction of 0.8. We're seeing the benefits of our investment in neighbourhood enforcement teams to tackle county lines and drug-related crime in our communities. We've continued to use this investment to disrupt and dismantle county lines and pursue those causing harm by exploiting others, committing drug-related crime and causing fear in our neighbourhoods. Between April and December, Operation Viper has undertaken 648 disruptions against organised drug crime, made 125 arrests, safeguarded 55 people, seized cash, firearms and several kilos of drugs. And we've also continued to work closely with our South West partners, running several operations to ensure the region is hostile for those involved in the drugs trade. Since joining Dorset Police as Chief Constable in March last year, I've ensured we continue to improve services to the public in line with the delivery of the Police and Crime Plan, as well as overseeing some broader policing developments. That's included the recruitment of an additional 26 police officers under the government's Uplift scheme, whilst maintaining the base of 166 recruited in the previous years. We've been making a positive difference to crime levels and outcomes across the force, with specific initiatives to address concerns in Bournemouth Town Centre, such as a new town team, dedicated, highly visible and effective patrols for the nighttime economy, and ongoing operations focused on antisocial behaviour, shoplifting and open drug dealing. We've had to understand and adapt to new challenges, such as the arrival of the Bibby Stockholm barge. And we've had to police numerous protests associated with the arrival of the barge and conflict across the world. I've overseen the introduction of new technological developments, including the use of robotics to improve effectiveness and efficiency, and the development of the new headquarters building at Winfrith, due to open on time and within budget in April 2024. Sadly, as a police service, we've also had to react to tragic events with professionalism, tenacity and compassion. We demonstrated this following the tragic deaths of Joe Abbas and Suna Khan on Bournemouth Beach, the murder of Cameron Hilton in Bournemouth Town Centre, and the complex murder investigation following the discovery of human remains in Boscombe. So whilst we are primarily concerned with the budget in this meeting, we mustn't forget that policing is about people. And I will strive to ensure that Dorset Police provides the best service to the people who live, work and visit Dorset, in a way which we can continue to be proud of our officers, staff and volunteers who work so hard to make a positive difference to people's lives. As you have seen from the budget papers, we continue to face significant financial pressures in the coming year. Having worked through our budget calculations, taking account of the inflationary pressures and the benefit of identified efficiency savings of 1.8 million factored into the budget already, there remains a shortfall, a significant shortfall of 6.6 million in 24-25, before allowing for any precept increase. Thus, even with a £13 increase in precept, if approved, the force is facing the requirement to fund a further 2.7 million of cost savings. And this comes on top of the 7.3 million savings removed from the 23-24 budget. An increase of precept of £13 and a further 2.7 million of cost savings would enable us to deliver a balanced budget in 24-25. I have a clear plan to achieve this 2.7 million of savings, and looking to the future years, I've already commenced a process to identify a further 1.5 million. This savings plan has been drawn up in liaison with the leads for each of the force areas of business, and with reference to the police and crime plan, our force management statement, and the HMIC FRS value for money back dashboards. It is critical that both you and the public are assured that the force is making every penny count. And I'm confident my team has explored all options to make efficiencies and look for ways to deliver services in a way that maximises what's available in core budgets. The savings during 24-25 will include the use of technology to improve efficiency and realise productivity gains, including further automation and online training, using officer time released under our enhanced force operating model to change the workforce mix in areas where this delivers value and operational benefits, rationalising the use of estate to derive maximum value from our buildings and ensure our premises are used to best support policing in Dorset, changing the way the force engages with the public, and exploiting opportunities to generate further income through the provision of training, including to forces and overseas. I will also be carrying out reviews of our supernumerary posts, management structures, collaborative arrangements, and long-term vacancies to ensure the force remains as lean as possible, whilst maintaining the ability to flex to meet peaks in demand as necessary. In achieving these savings, I will seek to ensure that frontline service delivery remains paramount through the enhanced force operating model, and that we continue to deliver against the police and crime plan. But I also need to ensure the force remains financially sustainable into the future, and that my officers and staff are properly equipped and supported in their roles through the provision of appropriate ICT, vehicles, and buildings. The force receives no government funding towards our capital expenditure, and there is ever more reliance on borrowing and direct contributions from the revenue budget to meet the costs of these essential investments. I'll be investing in the way that the force communicates with the public, in the provision of firearms licensing arrangements and local investigative capability. I'm changing the support arrangements for our critical ICT systems to ensure that our officers and staff always have the necessary capability to deliver their services. Such developments are essential in the provision of an effective police service, but inevitably put further pressure on an already stretched position, and similarly, none of these pressures are funded through government grant. If the precept was not increased, an additional shortfall of 3.9 million would be created, significantly impacting our effectiveness in keeping people safe. This equates to a reduction of 89 police officers, or a further 111 staff posts in real terms. Such a reduction would inevitably have a direct impact on frontline service provision, with a need to entirely cease some services. The force would be unable to continue its investment to deliver improvements in services to the public. While helping to address financial challenges that the force faces, the precept funding will also enable continued innovation and development in the way our services are provided. We seek to improve the experience of victims, improve our response capability, and develop our focus on public engagements. Some of the key developments over the next year will be in the areas of neighbourhood policing. We've reviewed our neighbourhood offer and developed a new neighbourhood policing strategy. In the coming year, we will ensure that this is delivered consistently across Dorset, so all our communities have visible, connected and effective neighbourhood teams. They are the bedrock of our force operating model. And I'll ensure that those teams continue to be effectively supported by the neighbourhood enforcement teams, providing local officers with additional tactics and capacity to target individuals and groups causing harm in their communities. In the area of public contact and engagement, our contact management IT systems require modernisation so that all our systems can integrate. Once we have this capability, it will allow our officers, staff and volunteers to access vital information on each caller and remove barriers from old technology, which hinders the time to answer calls and to respond to the public. This development also provides access to a caller's history instantly, negating the caller for having to repeat information time and time again to officers and staff. And it means that we can determine the right response for that person in their circumstances. In rural crime, we will maintain the rural crime team and continue to support them and embed and develop our mounted volunteers, and look to ways to ensure all our residents across Dorset have choices in access to policing service. This includes providing a mobile policing solution, allowing our neighbourhood policing teams to have a mobile office which can visit communities and provide a safe space for people to report crime, ask for advice and access policing services. Our vehicle is currently being prepared and we will provision this service as soon as it arrives. I have mentioned work on an enhanced force operating model. Following on from our demand modelling work last year, we analysed the data and have designed an enhanced operating model which we'll embed in the coming year. This will improve our ability to promptly respond to the public, manage major or critical incidents effectively, and to flex to meet our seasonal peaks. We'll provide that visible, connected and effective neighbourhood policing and support that with investigation capacity to tackle neighbourhood crimes. We will ensure that the force is tough on crime, keeps people safe and puts victims first. Within the model, we'll ensure we have the capacity and capability to continue improvements in tackling violence against women and girls, and that we can deliver on our pledge to investigate all reasonable lines of inquiry for every crime. We'll focus on progressing changes that make it easier for our people to do an even better job while supporting their needs. This will be implementing a whole system approach, reducing the number of small teams we have so that we can be more flexible and agile. Our operating model will be affordable and sustainable. We're very fortunate in Dorset to have a wonderful group of volunteers working in a wide variety of roles and across the policing landscape. Over the next year, we'll be supporting our newly embedded leadership team in the Special Constabulary to deliver on their attraction and retention plans. Our use of volunteers in specialist areas and harnessing the skills of our community that want to support policing will be a priority focus area. In the area of sustainability and efficiency, during 24-25, an estates programme of solar panel installations will commence, with the expectation that revenue savings will ultimately be realised whilst providing a more sustainable future. Our firearms range is being updated to comply with the new standards required and at significantly lower cost than using facilities elsewhere, with the potential for income generation. Our Efficiency and Productivity Board will continue to operate, placing scrutiny on decisions and encouraging leaders to find innovative ways to make every penny count. We are committed to continue to implement technology that provides efficiency for officers, staff and volunteers and makes it easier for the public to contact us. We will also continue to develop robotic processes to create capacity for work that needs to be completed by our highly skilled workforce. In the area of safer roads, we'll continue to reduce those killed or seriously injured on Dorset's roads, building on the good work seen from our interceptors and targeting offenders under Op Dragoon and denying criminals use of the road. Over the next year, we'll be working with our partners in a careful, phased and considered way to implement right care, right person across Dorset, ensuring that people get the right response from the right agency when they're in need of help, particularly for health-related calls. Experience from other parts of the country show this provides a better service for the individual and ensures that police resources are focused on preventing and investigating crime, protecting victims, and targeting offenders, as we should be. We have a good foundation in Dorset Police to build upon, and I know we can continue to improve the service we provide for the people of Dorset. Thank you for your considerations in ensuring we have the level of funding that allows for the continuation of that service delivery and enables me and my teams to deliver the vision of a safe county for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chief Constable. And can I pass on my thanks not just to you, but to the rest of the force, all the officers, the staff and volunteers who have done the job this year, and I know will also perform next year. Where I'd like to go next is I'd like to bring my Chief Financial Officer, Julie Strange, to talk about the financial framework that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the report sets out the detail of the key funding sources for the budget, as well as the pressures facing the force and the proposals to balance the budget, including the precept proposal put forward by the Commissioner. In terms of core funding, the report was written on the basis of the provisional settlement, which was largely in line with the final year of the spending review. The final settlement was confirmed yesterday by the Minister and confirms the figures that were announced in the provisional settlement. So everything that is in the report is now fully confirmed and no changes are required. The main changes from the spending review related to additional pay award funding, which was initially announced last year, funding for the increased costs of police officer pension fund revaluation, and the increase in the council tax referendum principle from £10 to £13. Section 4 of the report sets out the main pressures on the budget, in particular the pay pressures such as the pay award. This represents the greatest risk area within the budget, as we have to make the estimate on what we think this may be from September going forward. The Chief Constable has also mentioned about pressures from inflation, which are easing this year, but significant inflation over the recent times is still factored into all of our budget lines. The force have embarked on a comprehensive programme in order to generate the options to close the budget gap, even after the consideration of the additional precept generated by the increased referendum limit. Each potential option has been reviewed and assessed before being included in the final plan, and will more than close the budget gap if all were to be realised in the timeframes that have been predicted. The capital budget is set out in section 5, with a significant amount of slippage from the current financial year formally being moved into the 24-25 budget. Borrowing is still required to fund the programme over the medium term, although this does reduce throughout the programme. Looking beyond 2024-25, section 8 of the report sets out the current medium-term financial strategy, which shows continued gaps over the course of the forecast. However, this year the forecast is based on more assumptions than any other. There is no spending review going forward, no indication of further referendum principles on which to base the forecasts. Therefore, the forecast will be reviewed as we go through this year as more information becomes available. But this is the most tricky year to make those forecasts going forward, so it's difficult to be able to say with any certainty what level of savings might be required in the future. There are two specific areas where, as Chief Finance Officer, I am required to provide advice to the Commissioner in relation to the budget. In particular, that's the adequacy of reserves and the robustness of the budget proposals. My advice is contained within sections 9 and 10 of the report, but in summary, I'm content that the reserves level is adequate and that the robustness proposals are as they should be. So both positive assurances in both aspects. Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Where I'd like to go next is very clearly one of my promises was that we would be as transparent as possible and we would consult with the public. And that nowhere is more important than around the precept. So to talk about the consultation, I'm going to bring in Adam Harold, my Director of Operations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. As has been mentioned, I'll now share the information about the public consultation that ran between the 19th of December last year and the 26th of January. I'm sure most of you will have seen the survey, but worth repeating, particularly for those viewing the stream, that the questions are preceded with a page of supporting information and have been accompanied by social media, news and public relations activity in an attempt to make sure that members of the public have the context surrounding the issue before completing the survey. And that process, as you all know, doesn't stop now, but carries on throughout the whole year. Indeed, there will be leaflets for all ratepayers issued, as there have been in other years, so that people can see information about the budget and that we're as transparent as possible about this process, and that people completing our surveys are as best informed as they can be about what is a complicated topic. Our activity this year has also included an online question and answer session and attendance at 8 face-to-face engagement events across the county. As before, we really believe we take a proportionate approach that compares well to other Police and Crime Commissioner areas, but we do understand there's no one agreed perfect way of asking these questions. Indeed, some Police and Crime Commissioners do not run a survey, and you'll note if you were to look at other police and crime panels, there are a whole host of different ways these things are done. So to get into the figures themselves then, this year I'm pleased to say we received a total of 1,984 responses to the consultation, so it's about 400 more responses than we received last year. Of course, you might say when it comes to surveys, the important thing is to look at the sample size. So as I sit here every year and I give this update, I do invite anyone to have a look themselves. You can go to the SurveyMonkey sample size calculator, which is a free online resource. And according to that calculator, with this many respondents, we can be 99% confident that the margin of error on these results is within plus or minus 3%. Now, members familiar with these surveys will notice that we actually took a slightly different approach to the questions this year, so to provide that caveat for comparison purposes as well. The first question, though, that remained the same as we've asked for a good while now. Question number 1, do you agree that Dorset Police requires additional funding? 75% of respondents said yes, 25% no. Last year, that figure stood at 74 to 26, so a very small increase this time round, broadly similar. The second question is different this time round, and that came through following feedback from this panel, other members of the public, bearing in mind the approach of other areas. The Police and Crime Commission wanted to gain a little bit of extra insight into the responses, in particular those people who said yes. So what the question was set out as this time was, how much would you be willing to pay to help Dorset Police? How much more would you be willing to help to pay Dorset Police to keep investing, improving the service you receive? And that was set out with 3 options. The £13, the proposal, which is before you, that's £1.08 a month. Then £1.67 per month, that's £20 a year on the Band D, and £2.50 per month, the £30 on the Band D. So for the first, the £13, that's 11.89% selected that option, £1.67, 14.02%, and £2.50, 31.15%. So that meant in total that just over 57% of respondents stated they were willing to pay an additional amount on their precept. Now, of course, the other option was none, and that includes views that full funding should come from the government, and that was just shy of 43%. So for reference, last year, accepting that direct comparisons should be treated with some caution due to the question change, just shy of 60% of respondents said they would be willing to pay what was last year an extra £1.25 per month. So very similar figures that we've got this year if you're looking at it in that way. Of course, what we can see this time, however, is from that group, 45% of respondents will be prepared to pay more than the maximum amount that the PCC is actually able to propose. So about a third of respondents opted for the highest amount, the £30. Naturally, it's also interesting that although 75% of people said they agreed the force needed extra funding, you of course note that not 75% of people then went on to say they'd be prepared to pay. As in previous years, it's very clear that one of the biggest factors at play here is that many respondents believe the money should instead come from central government. And indeed, I can say this, I know the Commissioner would do as well. We receive this feedback very clearly when we talk with people at face-to-face events. And that this should be the case is not surprising, bearing in mind the views that have been repeatedly expressed by the people alongside me. As councillors, you may also be interested in whether there are any differences in responses from different areas of the county. There were some. For instance, in BCP area, 79% of respondents agreed the force needed more funding, and 63% were willing to pay an extra amount, which is above the overall figures. In Dorset Council area, these figures were 74% and 58% respectively, roughly in line with the overall figures. What might appear to be a mismatch between the overall results and that breakdown is explained by those respondents who choose not to disclose any information about where they live. Respondents were also, for the first time, asked to prioritise how they would like to see police funding and resources allocated. The top 3 topics selected included burglary, ASB and drugs. Knife crime, sexual assaults, violence against the person and domestic abuse also featured highly on that list. With the survey having only just closed, this is only a broad summary, but I hope that provides a useful synopsis of this year's consultation. And Chair, I'll hand back to the Commissioner now, but of course, very happy to take any questions later on about the survey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to convey my thanks to Julie for all her hard work in order to get us to where they are, not just now, but during the rest of the year when we scrutinise the force. And I'd also like to thank Adam and the team behind him with the consultation, which I was very pleased to see that we actually were able to go out and actually talk to more people this year. And in fact, we did it in a number of different ways this year, including a focus group and some engagement, which I also attended in public, outside supermarkets and that sort of thing. Look, I'm very clear that what we've done in Dorset is we've created something very special here. We've got a golden thread, an unbreakable golden thread from the needs of the people, through the police and crime plan, through those priorities, which has been picked up by Dorset Police, put in their operational vision, which there is now not a hair's breadth between the two things. The culture is now coming right. The plan is working. We are not going to allow this financial situation to throw it off course. Panel, you know very clearly the situation that we face. You know that this £13 is really desperately needed. It isn't enough, but it will help us keep the ship very much on course. I would like to say thank you to everybody involved in the presentation this morning. Thank you to every member of the public who took that consultation. And I now pass it across to the panel for your deliberation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to your team. Thank you to the Chief Constable as well for an excellent presentation this morning, which has got a lot of information in it in order for the panel to make its decision. We have a number of questions. I'm going to start with the first question, which will be posed by Dr. Mitten.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Chief Constable. As part of the PCC's public precept survey, you asked, how much more would you be willing to pay to help Dorset Police keep investing and improving the service you receive? You stated that the equivalent of an increase of £30 a year, based on a Band D council tax, was the amount that Dorset Police really needs to be able to invest in the future, deliver efficiencies and provide service improvements. You have been capped by the government to £13 a year. So I've got 3 questions. Would you like them all at once or okay? So firstly, what is the overall financial value of the shortfall? Secondly, what activities is your office or Dorset Police not undertaking due to this shortfall in revenue? And thirdly, what assurance can you provide that the taxpayer's safety is not impaired by this shortfall? Thank you.
Councillor Mitten, thank you very much indeed for, Dr. Mitten, thank you very much indeed for your questions. the extra £17 a year would have generated over £5.1 million. What the effect of that would have been is effectively the force would have not needed to consider all the areas for savings which were outlined in the report. It could possibly have looked to reverse some of the staff posts which we've had to remove in the current year. So those are the two main factors which it would have allowed us to address. Clearly, the force would have to keep its eye on efficiency, but we would not have needed to look at those areas. They would also have been able to look at how to improve services. I previously said that I would like, ideally, in Dorset, 70 additional officers. And this could have gone a long way to getting us in that direction. We know, you've heard from the Chief Constable, that we would like to invest more resources into the front lines, both in officers and PCSOs. And we know the restrictions in the amount council tax can be increased means this is not possible. But let's be very clear about this. This is because of the perverse alchemy of the national funding formula. And that needs to be sorted. It has been going on too long, for too many years, that metropolitan areas are favoured in a way that rural, urban and coastal are not. And it cannot be right that there is a net benefit for some forces from the wage settlement and is a net detriment to others. The savings and reviews are not being made in isolation. The proposal by the Chief Constable to balance the budget has been carefully prepared. My office has been part of the process, scrutinising as it's gone along. And the clear need, as has been emphasised, is to make certain that the policing crime plan, those promises of delivery, are not compromised. And that is why we're looking at the opportunities to improve productivity and efficiency, to possibly improve services even further. And you've heard some of the options that the Chief has been looking at in order to do that. So I hope that that helps, and that's the answer to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can we just confirm what you're not undertaking, you and Dorset Police are not undertaking due to that shortfall in cash?
So the shortfall in cash doesn't allow us to put back the staff, those posts that we're missing. It also means that those areas which are being looked at, we have to look at. Now, what that looks like at this moment in time, we can't comment on because those reviews haven't taken place. But the whole point about it is to make certain that we have enough looking at not just those reviews, but going that little bit further, which the Chief alluded to, around savings, in order to make certain that we preserve those elements which come out in the reviews that we need for the policing crime plan. So whilst I can't give you detailed answers, and indeed it probably wouldn't be my place to do so because a lot of it would be operational, that is the intention and the philosophy. And you've heard from Julie very clearly that the intent, what's planned, makes sense and allows us to balance the books.
And you're content that taxpayers' safety is not impaired by this shortfall?
Absolutely. And it's my intention that we drive further improvements through the policing crime plan.
Councillor Barrow.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you very much for your presentation so far. The question is, how much financial debt is the PCC overseeing, and what is it costing the Dorset taxpayer per year in order to service this debt? Can the PCC outline why the servicing of debt is a good use of funds instead of investing in frontline services? Thank you.
Well, of course, it would be great to have everything going into frontline services. We currently have £16 million of long-term debts, which cost around £660,000 in interest each year, which is about 4%. But as the panel is aware, there is no capital funding stream provided by the Home Office anymore. So the only places we can afford to fund is from our revenue budget or indeed borrowing. And what we've spent the borrowing on in recent times is we've funded new vehicles, improved IT systems and investment, such as much needed roof replacements. I remember, for example, I think it was in Wimborne, I went to visit the police station and we've got water dripping through the roof. Improvements to the training facility at Ferndale, and of course, the new and much needed HQ building. Ensuring that our staff have the right infrastructure and equipment is critical. Otherwise, the frontline can't deliver the services that we need them to do. They need cars. They need adequate provision for those buildings to work from. Many of these projects also deliver benefits to the revenue budget looking forward into the future. For example, the upgrading of boilers, installation of solar panels, looking at how we can use our utility costs in the short term to reduce the likelihood of having to pay and offset carbon in the future. So a lot of what we're trying to do is also trying to make us more efficient in the future. But I'm afraid that people need places to work from and they need equipment to work with, and that money has to come from somewhere. So borrowing is the only way that we were able to deal with that. But I'm very pleased that the borrowing was done almost on a daily basis by Julie to get the absolute best interest rate it was possible. So I hope that answers the question, Councillor Barrow.
It does. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. What assurance has the PCC sought in order to clarify that the £15 million capital budget is achievable in year, based on the track record of delivery in the past, and what impact will slippage have on the revenue budget?
So the capital programme has undergone extensive scrutiny from formal boards. We've got 3 which are germane to this. We've got the Capital Strategy Group, the Resource Control Board, and the Joint Leadership Board, as well as detailed challenge by both Chief Financial Officers for the force and also by my Chief Financial Officer. As a result of this, almost 1.9 million of schemes has been moved to 2025-26 from the original proposals put forward by budget holders. Many of the larger schemes are already underway or have substantially completed the planning and procurement stages and are almost ready to start on site, therefore are considered achievable in the next financial year. There will always be an element of slippage due to delays in procurement processes, as I'm sure members of the local authority will also be aware of. There's also the possibility of unexpected issues arising once schemes start on site. An example might be that you demolish a building, but you're not quite certain what you've got underneath it and how much asbestos you have to deal with. And a small allowance for slippage has been factored into the budget. Regarding its effect on the revenue stream, slippage generally has positive impacts on the budget, as borrowing doesn't need to be undertaken until a later date, therefore incurring less interest, and minimum revenue provision isn't charged until the financial year after work is completed. Occasionally, there may be additional maintenance costs, like if we have to patch a repair to a roof and that needs replacing, but generally those are kept very much to a minimum. I hope that helps.
I see the airwave system is being pushed back even further now.
Yes, I've given up asking when it's going to be ready.
Watch out for spares obsolescence. That's all I'll say on that one. Councillor Jesperson.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Dorset Council. Thank you very much, all of you, for your presentation so far. Commissioner, you've referenced several times today the funding formula, and indeed we are familiar on the panel with the imbalance suffered by Dorset taxpayers in the amount that they have to contribute to the precepts to pay for our policing. Could you tell us what actions you've taken to try and redress this long-standing disadvantage to Dorset? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I've known that there has been an issue for a long while because it was said before I even came into office. What I did differently, when I came into office, I said I wanted a clear and absolutely comprehensive review of the financial situation of Dorset Police, how it fitted with the funding formula, and that was then sent to the Home Office in the first instance. Before, letters had been sent saying this ain't fair. What I did was I actually got the data and sent it and said, look at the data. Because the wicked problem for us is twofold. One is sparsity. It costs more to police a rural area. The second, and the one which is most frustrating for me, and indeed every member of Dorset Police, is seasonality. The fact that we have a population growth almost unprecedented in the summer months, the individual demand on a police officer in Dorset during those summer months is one of the highest, if not the highest, in the country. But we don't get an extra bean in order to address that. So very clearly, those were the two areas that I championed. And at every meeting with the policing minister, every meeting with the Home Secretary, I put my little paw in the air and I made those points. But I was able to do something else as well. I was able to get 30 like-minded police and crime commissioners who were in a similar position to all champion it as well. So whilst it is really frustrating that this funding formula hasn't been addressed, let's remember where this came from. This came from a desire to help metropolitan areas. And it is that perverse issue at the start which has created this. It is very clear that part of the unfairness is also the burden on the local taxpayer. The fact that we have to fund over 50% of our police force. And I've also made that point. And the policing minister absolutely understands that point. It is important not just to lobby the policing minister and the Home Secretary, but also the staff in the Home Office. And I have had separate and policing minister-driven meetings with the Home Office to discuss the issue of seasonality. Now, it has been agreed that the next time the funding formula is reviewed, seasonality and sparsity will be included within it. So that is a win. It is now a matter of saying, just flipping well do it. And my frustration is mirrored by those other police and crime commissioners who find themselves in the same position. It is not right. It is not right for our forces, but most importantly, it's not right for our people who we represent. And I will keep on with this, making the case at every opportunity until this is corrected. Separately to the funding formula, I think it's important to point out that I have been successful to get more funding for Dorset, such as the funding that we received to help with the asylum situation we had with the barge, the extra £520,000 for community policing, the fact that mutual aid, should we need it, would also be funded centrally, and that they would look at other issues if we brought them to them in that regard, which we will do. We also changed the way that we were applying for Safer Streets funding. I reviewed our success. I sat down with other police and crime commissioners and said, why are you being more successful than we are? And we changed the way we did it. And that meant that we were able to get that £984,000 in for Safer Streets, although that was then top sliced and £180,000 was taken back. But we sorted that with our partners in order to address it. And I've also been able to get some one-off resources to support the work, the incredible demand we had last summer with two very significant issues in the centre of Bournemouth, one being the murder of Cameron Hamilton, but also there was the dismemberment, which was on the in Boscombe on the cliff top, as well as the intense summer demand. In those successes, I have to pay tribute also to the MPs. We have basically gone together and continue to champion the causes for the people of Dorset regarding the funding of their police force. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Keddy.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Keddy, Queen's Park Ward, BCP. I'd like to commend the PCC, the Chief Constable and the officers for their reports. Policing visibility is one of the main themes in the PCC's police and crime plan. With the proposal that police officers will backfill police staff posts, what assurance can the PCC give that the Chief Constable is ensuring the people of Dorset are getting the best out of their precept in terms of frontline policing and that he's meeting the pledges of his plan?
Absolutely right. I think I've stated a number of times already this morning about this is about the plan and the delivery of same. I can assure the panel that the Chief Constable has no intention of simply putting police officers into police staff roles, particularly where there is no value in doing so. There will be instances, though, and we have talked about this, where there's a justified case to use an officer, but only where the use of an officer in this way adds value. Dorset Police has a long history of employing police staff in roles where their specialist skills are vital to the policing service. And it's really unfortunate that this perverse alchemy that we've got at the moment regarding the use of the police grant and the relatively low level of funding means that it's necessary to look for savings in staff roles now. In an ideal world, we would have enough funding that we wouldn't need to be considering anything like this course of action. But for all the reasons that we've discussed, this is where we are. At this point, the number of posts which have been identified in the savings plan as having the potential to be carried out by a police officer, having previously been held by a member of police staff, is 16. To give some assurance, an example where police officers have been used in such a way is the recent resourcing changes that we've made in the contact centre, where there is real added value by having an additional policing perspective, which gives more insight and assisting with deployment decisions. I can see a true benefit to the way that we do contact by having a small number of police officers and that expertise actually embedded at the first point of contact for the public. The operating model review, which is occurring, and you've heard the Chief Constable speak about it, is designed to ensure that the force maintains and, where possible, enhances frontline services, particularly in those critical areas of community and neighbourhood policing. And it's fully aligned with the need to provide financial savings using officers and police staff in ways that make the best use of their specialisms within the funding restrictions. Officers will only be taken from the front line where to do so will make a positive difference on policing outcomes. And you've also heard from the Chief Constable, something which I'm very keen on and which we're constantly trying to innovate, the use of technology to achieve more efficient and effective policing solutions to mitigate the impact of the saving plans. With these changes, it remains fully expected that those pledges, those promises that I made to the people of Dorset around the police and crime plan will be fully delivered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just following on from that, if you wouldn't mind, for the benefit of the public, the legislation which has been outlined in previous meetings, that if there is a reduction of officers, this leads to a loss in central government funding. Could you just sort of, if you can't, then I know Julie knows it inside out.
Thank you. Yeah, you are absolutely right. The uplift, the 174 extra officers which Dorset has, if we were, and we wouldn't want to anyway, but if we were to reduce those, there is absolutely a charge against us, if you like, from central government. Julie, do you know the figures?
So we get a ring-fenced grant, which is contingent on us maintaining our officer numbers. For 24-25, that's gone up to just over 3.5 million. So it's in the table at 3.10 in the report. If we are below by just a couple of officers, it's just gets reduced slightly. But if it's more than 10, I think it is, we would lose the whole amount of the ring-fence grant, so the full £3.5 million.
So you see, that's why we're in the situation we are. That's why we're having to make the decisions that we're having to make.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. You have presented a balanced budget, but you also state that there remains a budget gap of 2.7 million, which Chief Constable outlined earlier on. The budget gap saving reviews have not yet been undertaken. Can you please clarify how a balanced budget can be presented when these reviews have yet to be undertaken?
Well, whilst the service reviews have not yet been completed, behind each area is a list of potential saving options, more than the 2.7 million. And that have been put forward by the budget holders and commanders as areas that could be delivered. As a backstop, these could all be delivered during the year and total more than the required 2.7 million in a full year, resulting in a balanced budget. But before these are accepted by the Force Executive, they wanted a more fundamental look at the service areas, taking a detailed look at these options put forward and their implications, particularly around, for example, the police and crime plan, which I have been very clear mustn't be compromised. But also looking at other options. What does best practice look like? What do other forces do? Are there alternative options? So looking to make certain that they have considered every eventuality before they make those decisions. But we have more than adequate within those review processes in order to be confident that the 2.7 will be delivered. Some areas, for example, have vacant posts which can be held vacant pending the outcome of the review. Therefore, savings can be delivered from the 1st of April, whilst others have only been factored in from October, giving time for the review to be completed and implemented. So they've also been tailored according to the situation. The Force has a good track record of delivering savings. In the current year, 85% of the savings have been delivered as planned. And in order to mitigate the risk that some savings won't deliver as planned, further options are being pursued which may be able to be delivered earlier than planned if required, or if not, will contribute towards the 2025-26 budget proposals. My office and I will carefully scrutinise progress on delivery of the savings plan through the Efficiency Board and the Resource Control Board, and will ultimately report to yourselves through the quarterly monitoring report during the year, in the same way as we have done this year when we were asked for unprecedented savings this year. So I am confident that we now have robust, focused processes in order to achieve cost savings. And I'm also confident that having seen the way that this is being approached, it is being approached in such a way that we won't compromise the police and crime plan.
Thank you very much for that. No, I don't have a follow-up question. Does any panel members want any other questions they'd like to follow up on?
The matter of the funding formula has been mentioned already, and is obviously a matter of great concern for all of us, and is unfair, to put it politely. The PCC has already outlined all the lobbying that's been taking place, and that's appreciated. Dorset Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Authority, you've got exactly the same problem of over-reliance on the council taxpayer, and also the issue of one-year financial settlements. So the question is, being as fire and police are both in the Home Office, is there any joint lobbying going on? And would that be a good idea?
I'm not saying it would, because the impression I've got is there are only 4, for example, police and fire and crime commissioners in the country. I have never heard of that being tried. I am pretty clear that the people that we lobby are the policing minister, who isn't the fire minister, and the Home Secretary. So the point of contact would be the Home Secretary, so you could try it with him, but I suspect actually where it matters is with the policing minister and the members in the Home Office who deal with that aspect, which is why I made the point that it wasn't just the politicians, if you like, that you have to get to. You have to make the persuasive case to the politician, to the civil servants, who, let's face it, are going to be there all the time, in order to remove perceptions which have grown up over time. Like for Dorset, we are chocolate box villages and ice cream cones and nothing else. So I've never heard of that being tried, and I doubt it would be successful because of the silo nature of the way it would work.
Okay, well, thanks for, I mean, it's a disappointing reply, but I do understand where you're coming from with that. I will be taking it up with the Chief Fire Officer just to see what he thinks as well, because every little must help.
I'd welcome that, because the more the merrier, making the point that Dorset doesn't get a fair deal. Eventually it will land.
Thanks, Peter, as always. Any further questions from members of the panel at all? Right, in that case, then I'm now going to move on to the formal element, and the panel will vote on the recommendation. So, bear with me. I shall read out the actual script. The recommendation within the PC's report is for the Police and Crime Panel to support the PC's proposal to increase the precept for 2024-25 to £88,130,280, equivalent to a Band D charge of £293.58p, an increase of £13 per annum, or £1.08p per month. I will go around the panel. I'll ask each member whether they support or do not support the recommendation. Dr. Mitten.
Yes, I do support the recommendation.
The recommendation.
Councillor Carr-Jones. Councillor Fry.
Support.
Councillor Jesperson. Councillor Canavan.
Patrick Canavan, I'm a councillor in Boscombe. I can't keep nagging you for more resources in Boscombe unless I support this, so I'd like to support it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Keddy.
Support the recommendation.
Councillor Sidaway.
I support the recommendation as well.
Councillor Trent. And myself as chair, I support the recommendation. May I thank you, Commissioner, for all your work and your team's work in providing us with the necessary information in order to make this decision, this unanimous decision. May I also take this opportunity from the panel and the people of Dorset to thank Chief Constable for the work that you and your team at Dorset Police undertake in order to keep people of Dorset safe. Thank you. Would you like to say anything, Commissioner?
Only a couple of short things. First thing I'd like to say is thank you. Thank you to the panel. Thank you for the robust process we've been through in order to get here, which is really, really important. I'd like to thank the people of Dorset who took the consultation. I'd like to thank the people of Dorset who support Dorset Police. And broadly, I believe they understand the journey that we're on. We have a 7-year plan. It is 2.75 years through. It is about making certain that's delivered. This money will mean that we can keep the ship on course. Thank you very much indeed to everybody who's participated.
Thank you, Commissioner. What I'm intending to do now is to literally take a 5-minute break. So we will reconvene at 11:25. And then we will progress with the quarterly monitoring report, item 6, through till 12 o'clock. We will then break for 45 minutes, yet to be decided, for lunch, and then finish the quarterly monitoring report this afternoon. Are you content with that, Commissioner? Yeah. Okay, nodding of head will do. So if I could ask everybody to be sat down in order to rock and roll at 11:25. Thank you very much.
I'll do my best.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, everyone. This meeting will now continue till 12 o'clock. We will take a 30-minute lunch break and reconvene at 12:30. And we're now going to move on to phase two, which is the quarterly monitoring report, where we will receive an update on the progress against the police and crime plan from the Commissioner, which we will then obviously conduct any form of scrutiny that needs to be undertaken. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about the Q3 report. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to do an overview. What I'm going to do is go into each of the priorities as we've done before. I'm well aware that we've spent a lot of time this morning so far, and I want to keep this crisp. The first one is the first priority, very clearly, cut crime and antisocial behaviour. And there's a number of things I'd like to say about this one at this time. First of all, from the point of view, we know that things are going in the right direction. I've said that before today. Total crime is down 5% versus the 2019 baseline. ASB is down 25% versus the ASB baseline. I know that, for example, across last summer, all the sections in Dorset Police had reductions between 16 and 34% in ASB. But this is, as I've always said, this is meaningless if ASB is occurring outside your front door. So I'm very clear that's why it was called Operation Relentless in the first place by the force, to have this priority. We have to keep on going at it. So that's where we are with the antisocial behaviour. Year to date, it's down 14% overall. We've seen a slight tick up in dwelling burglary, but that's well within sort of significant levels. Non-dwelling burglary, there was a reduction again this month. I think one of the things I wanted to talk about, though, was road safety. I funded a 12-month road safety sign trial. This is for those areas in the Dorset area, those villages which don't have a speed watch or a camera or a speed indicator device. So they've got nothing, yet the residents are very concerned around speeding through their villages. And so for that reason, I asked for there to be created a very vivid sign which could be used asking motorists to slow down. And that's being piloted in 10 villages across North Dorset. The anticipation is, if that is successful, if that shows a difference, then we'll roll that out across the rest of the Dorset area. I also provided £3,000 to Doc Bike. If you remember, Doc Bike is the charity run by paramedics and a physician from Dorset Hospital. Basically what they do is they provide education to motorcyclists, and at the same time within that they put very good messages around, for example, speeding and all the rest of it. I help them by giving them some first aid kits for their Biker Down course, where they help people understand what to do if their mate falls off his bike. So I was very pleased to be able to do that. What I also did is, at this time, was we had another round of the Fix the Future Fund. This is the award I set up particularly to divert young people. We've got some great young people in Dorset, but we have some who start down a path of ASB in other areas. This fund awarded £51,824 to 11 organisations. And we'll see the results of those. I'll find out how that's doing as we go forward. Burglary, we issued a blog of top tips for staying safe and secure at Christmas, including tips for keeping safe at home and when out and about doing the Christmas shopping. So I don't think I want to say much more around that particular priority at this stage. It's going in the right direction.
Thank you, Commissioner. Priority Leagues, Pete, Tony, any points you'd like to raise?
Just like to raise one point, and that is your comment about antisocial behaviour. You know, it doesn't matter what the figures are. If it's outside your front door, it's an issue. And from our perspective, it's raised frequently by residents. It's really, really serious problem from their perspective. And I'd just like to say, you know, thanks for all the work you're doing on it. And it's really good to see that it's actually recognised as a serious issue, because that's much appreciated by us.
Well, thanks for saying that, because that was a significant difference from this policing crime plan. Before this, Dorset Police did not have it as a priority. And I know that ASB is a wicked problem, because for you, it might be about graffiti. For somebody else, it might be noise in a residential house. For somebody else, it will be low-level criminality. Now, only one of those is actually within the police's purview. The noise in a residential house, that's the local authority. The graffiti is a local authority. But if we do not have it front and centre of all the statutory authorities who deal with bits of it, we're never going to get on top of it. So that was partly the point of having it as a priority for Dorset Police. But the fundamental thing was it was top of the list for the Dorset people. And you can absolutely understand that. And it will remain top of the list until it's gripped and happens everywhere. My Operation Relentless Community Fund, which is specifically designed to address antisocial behaviour in micro-localities, we've done 31 places, £117,000 worth. And in some of those areas, they have almost eradicated antisocial behaviour. That was the quote I saw in the paper the other day from Littlemore Youth Club, for example. So it is about being relentless and all the statutory partners together driving on their bits of antisocial behaviour, because I love it one day when it wasn't the top priority for the people of Dorset.
Thank you, Chair. The bit of feedback, because I notice you've got young people amber rather than green, and I appreciate there are funds that are sort of trying to divert young people away from problems, but I continue to get feedback about, and I think I shared one with you a few months back now, about residents don't feel that young people are dealt with quick enough. And I know from the behaviour that I hear about in my own area, it starts with minor stuff, usually firing catapults or something like that, and it grows from there. And the complaint is always that at that very low level, things don't get dealt with, and they seem to feel invincible. And I'm wondering whether there's something more that could be done in the targeting to try to engage those young people. We've got youngsters as young as 8 that are up to minor ASB, and it seemed, and it's a feeling of invincibility that they develop if they aren't at least taken to one side early on. But that's just really relaying feedback that I get on a very regular basis.
Well, that you are right, and I have some sympathy with the fact that it looks like it takes a long time for young people to be addressed. I myself have actually made the point, and made the point to some significant players, including Youth Justice, around this, from the point of view of, at some stage, right, it isn't about the right of the individual. It's about the right of the community. And that young person cannot be allowed to basically hold the community to ransom through their antisocial behaviour. What I did recently is I convened a meeting, because I'm chair of the Dorset Criminal Justice Board. I raised that particular issue at one of the meetings. I said I wanted to have a specific meeting with all those involved in the trajectory for a young person from starting off with a little bit of ASB going through the system. And I held that meeting, And out of that meeting came a desire from everybody to, for want of a better word, tighten the nuts. It was agreed that although all the bits were right, and there wasn't a need for anything else, what was agreed was that all the elements needed to be looked at to see if it could be made more efficient. So I think I've tried to answer it in that manner. But I think there's something else as well. There's two other factors here. One is the general factor. There ain't enough for kids to do. Let's be blunt. And we should be pushing the local authority. As councillors, you'd be pushing the local authority of what they're going to do. I've done a very small thing with this Fix the Future Fund, but I can't possibly replace all the youth clubs, all those things which we used to have. And therefore, it is down to other politicians to push the need for that, because we know that diversion and early intervention are the keys. And then there's something else, right? Where's everybody else, right? A kid doesn't start. If I see a kid causing trouble, then I will have a word with him. That's what we all need to do that. You know, there is a parental responsibility, there is a school responsibility, there is a general civilian responsibility to, when we see something going wrong, to say something. So I think we all need to do that a little bit better as well. So it's a wicked little problem which has a number of complexities to it. But I don't think there's a fundamental piece missing. Apart from, I will make one last statement, which is about immediate justice. Immediate justice is a project which we have started in Dorset, but we were only able to get it off the ground for 18-year-olds and above. It is where somebody causes a problem with ASB and there is very rapid sort of resolution to it. And people get a chance to say what they want, like litter picking or that sort of thing. I know that Councillor Fry has been involved in trying to link up town councils as to where there could be that sort of intervention, where they would like the litter picking, etc. But we were only allowed to do that. We could only get commitments to do that for 18 and above. And the reason was because it was seen as too... we weren't allowed to put in place two bits. We needed two bits, which is the retribution bit, having the young person actually do the time, if you like, and do the clearing up and all the rest of it. We wanted to link that with a mentoring piece as well, because it's been shown that mentoring actually helps young people change their behaviours. It was too restricted from the Home Office. We weren't allowed to do the second bit. And for that reason, we weren't able to get that off the ground for young people. I would like that off the ground. And I have made representations, lobbying, to the policing minister around that. And we're hoping that that will change going forward when the scheme is rolled out in full. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do share your frustration about the loss of youth services. It's been going on for a long time, and now the budget is extremely tight. It's going to be going on for a little while longer, and attention is paid, or the main attention is paid to those who've already offended rather than those who haven't offended. And I feel actually all young people should be being engaged in things, and rather than wait till they cause problems. But I do support your thoughts on instant justice, or whatever you call it. I do think that young people who cause minor ASB, if they were involved in doing some kind of community payback, I'm not thinking in a strict way sort of thing, but if they were involved in maybe being said, well, you've got to do litter picks and things like that, I think that would be far better than criminalising them immediately. And as for people engaging with young people, I'm constantly having that conversation with people, usually online, that rather than just resent every young person, that, you know, if you engage with them, that is exactly what we want. So, thank you.
Next priority, please, Commissioner.
Thank you. The next area is to make policing more visible and connected. So you'll have seen that the number of full-time equivalent police officers has gone up to 1,432. We know that the uplift is now gradually coming forward, is now being deployed across Dorset. There is still another little bit of it still to come out, the Chief Constable told me, which should happen in the next month. And then hopefully we'll start seeing and feeling the difference over the next few months. We know that the percentage of 999 calls answered within 10 seconds is up at 86.9%. We know that we, as you heard from the Chief Constable, that we improved that compared to last summer. There will be more improvements coming forward. When those happen, I will be delighted to tell the panel about them. During this time, during this quarter, we did a couple of things. One thing was I had challenged the force about response times. Now, the call and the call part of that is only part of that whole process. What really matters is the time from the instant the person feels they need the police to the time that the police actually attend. And I challenged the force around that, and they've reduced that by 10% across Dorset. One of the things that allowed them to do was actually review where their operational pieces were. Where were the response teams which needed to come out to the 999 calls? And it became evident to them that there needed to be a quicker response to the East Bournemouth and Christchurch and that side of the conurbation area. And so they reopened the operational base in Gloucester Road, which they were very pleased to do. We also, if you like, uplift. I guess there's also a bit of visibility came about from the Rural Mounted Volunteers, which also was good. I did my annual safety survey. We had just short of 3,000 responses. And again, this validated the police and crime plan, because it is ASB, burglary and drug-related crime, which are the top 3 areas of concern. 46% of respondents felt that Dorset was either the safest or one of the safest counties in England and Wales. And obviously in December, I also did another survey, which we've just had the results of, which was the Precept survey. I am very clear that on occasions, I will double check that the police and crime plan still is pertinent and relevant for the people of Dorset, and it absolutely is spot on still. The neighbourhood policing teams continue to develop their key community contact lists. One of the things I have said, one of my frustrations, is if I go out to a town council and I hear that they haven't seen a police officer for a while, come and tell them what's going on. So I have pushed the force as part of the engagement and connectivity to make certain that their neighbourhood policing teams are reviewing their key community contact lists. There is no way the neighbourhood policing team can go around and see everybody in their district. That's impractical, it can never happen. But there are significant players within their district who will talk to other people. So if I was a neighbourhood policing team, I would talk to those people. And that would include, obviously, at the top, the locally elected representatives. So I'm pushing them on that, and we attend a regular meeting with the forces engagement teams to basically keep that work on track. I think I've pretty much covered all those pieces there for now. Are there any questions, Chair? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do apologise. Alistair, I missed you earlier on. Did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
It was on the previous priority. The road safety within priority 1. and it follows on from conversations that we had across the month. Do you have an update on how the PCC will hold the Chief Constable to account with regard to ensuring the safety of cyclists and ensuring drivers that put them in danger receive appropriate action in the context of notices of intended prosecution and fixed penalties?
Thank you. I think I'm going to come back to you on that. Safe to say that when a significant concern has been raised with me, then I will take that to the force and make certain it's being done properly. You have seen an example of that recently with Operation Snap, to basically look at that is being done in the correct manner for cyclist safety, and also to ensure there's a mutual understanding around the issues involved regarding the provision of the evidence. And I think we got to the end of that in that there are a significant number of those going forward for prosecution. So that is how I do that on an individual basis when I'm aware that there is an issue. But on a wider basis, I now sit, which I didn't before. The last few months I've started sitting on Dorset Road Safe, which is the multi-partner entity which deals with road safety across Dorset. And there we look at a number of issues, and that will include cyclist safety, pedestrian safety, everybody's safety, but those will come up as a routine on a regular cycle. Is there anything my team would like to add to that regarding how I scrutinise and hold the Chief Constable to account around road safety? Okay. No, I think that's a fair summary of how we do it.
Are you content with that, or do you want to follow up as well, Alison?
Same with that for now, thank you.
Out of that. Thank you. I'm conscious that there are two players that want to ask questions. That's Patrick and Pauline. But before I do that, can I just ask the pillar priority lead? Sorry, Sherry, have you got any points you'd like to raise?
No, not at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to say that, by way of a preface, this question isn't about response times, and it's driven by the fact that as a councillor, and I know my colleagues are in the same situation, we continue to get concerns raised with us by members of the public about difficulties in reporting crimes because of the technology, and I was mindful of what the Chief Constable said around that earlier, but I wonder if the PCC would commit to commissioning a review of all mechanisms available to the public to report issues to the police. Really, bottom line is I'd like to make it easier for people to report things to the police, and in a lot of situations, people are finding it difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. The first point I'll make is that review is constantly ongoing. Because I put it as priority 2, it's very much part of it. So this is a constant process of review with Dorset Police around the issue of reporting as one element under visible, connected and engaged. The point that you refer to is one that I'm very aware of. And I think there's a number of facets to it. One is we have switched to the National Single Online Home website. That's been introduced to the majority of forces, 35 forces, and 80% of the British public use it. Now that has a couple of issues which come to the fore. It brings uniformity and consistency. So improvements should be ongoing with it and constant. But there is something else as well, in that we can't change it to fit with our local needs quite as quickly, although we have been able to do that recently because of exactly the situation that you said, Patrick, and I went to bat. I think we had a long discussion about it at the time. I went to bat about the issue of the difference between reporting and intelligence, and that needed to be very clear. Essentially, the site offers a digital front counter, which is making reporting non-emergency matters easier and quicker. And the point about this is it's not just the dialogue at the time, it's the overall response that they get. So one of the issues we had with the email service was 50% of the time, there was a constant dialogue back and forth to get all the information. That won't happen with this because it takes you down a path in order to get all the information. What we're clear on is that there's actually been a lot of contact through this site. So we know that it is working for some people, but I still hear the same thing. I had a letter the other day from a gentleman who said, I can't use this. It takes me 15 minutes to tell you about a drug deal down my street. And that may be exactly the situation that you're talking about, those sorts of things where if you're a victim, you're prepared to take the 10 minutes it takes to go down the victim route. If you are a concerned citizen who has seen something that you know is out of kilter, you're going to get fed up with that 10 minutes. And that's exactly the situation that that person had. And I explained to him, we now do it on every letter that I send out about contact. We give the difference and where they can report intelligence on it. He did that. It took him about 5 minutes. And he came back to me and said, that's super. That's exactly the sort of thing that I was expecting. The issue, very clearly, is the communication on how to use the damn thing, if I'm being blunt. And you will recall that I sat here, and I would say this in front of the Chief Constable if she was here, it was not well done. I am going to take action around this from my department. I have briefed my comms team in order to try and make a difference, to explain to people how to make this difference and this differential and how to use the website in order that we can try and help you as councillors have a way of saying, look, just do this to make it easier. We know it's there. We know people are using it. We know that the demand coming into the police is actually increasing. But for some residents, we know that this could have been explained, it could have been simplified, it could have been made much better. And that is what we're going to do. And I'm going to help from my regard in doing that. I'll give you just some update around numbers. December 2023, there were 3,219 contacts made through the site, or a little over 100 a day. This is not an unappreciable number, and therefore does demonstrate that there is a number of public contacts through SOH, and that continues to increase. Same time, there is an ongoing, you've heard it, there is an ongoing constant push for further development. And that includes further development about what we have locally. It also includes further development of the national SOH, Single Online Home site, because it's recognised that further investment is needed in order to basically make it easier for the public. And what I'm very clear about is where there are gaps, then we should fill them. So locally, in Dorset, our public contact systems and processes remain essentially under constant review. There is no point commissioning a review which is doing what we're doing already. With each one of the elements being continually tested, upgraded, further developed, or better optimized. The overall program of work is managed through the Contact Demand Engagement Management Program, or CDEM for short. I'm not going to say that whole thing in one go. I'll say CDEM from now on. This covers the full range of mechanism available to the public, so it covers everything. It covers the telephones. It covers single online home. It covers online reporting. It covers the front desk counters. It covers the public access points in public locations, such as supermarkets and shopping centres. It will cover the mobile police station that the Chief mentioned this morning. And it also addresses the factors that underpin those services, such as staff recruitment and retention, and ICT systems stabilisation and development. This thing is like a little Rubik's Cube with lots of little facets to it. That's why we've got this specific programme of work. in order to make certain that all the bits are constantly being tweaked and reviewed. My Director of Operations represents me on the CDEM Programme Board, and customer service is examined through the use of police powers and standards scrutiny panel in order to basically make certain that this gets sorted. I chair that panel. So to be clear then, myself and my office keep public contact reporting under regular review. It's the oil tanker, right? This is the thing which we are constantly going to have to keep improving. And I will continue to do so robustly, recognising that it affects all police forces. But actually, I care what it's like for the people of Dorset, which is why I'm going to take measures myself to try and get the communication better around how to report. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time. We've got 3 questions from what I can see so far. May I ask that an action is then taken that you provide us with an outcome of those measures that you're proceeding with to report back at the next meeting, similar as you've done for the road safety? Shoplifting, yeah. Short, sharp, pithy, to the point. Brilliant, thank you. We've got some questions. I'm going to do it front to back, so I do apologise. Sherry first, then Alistair, then Pauline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sherry Jesperson. Can I just very briefly sort of add a supplementary to what you said? While you're talking about better communication of how to report, could I ask you to add to that the slightly vaguer question about the residual perception among the public that it's not worth reporting? You and I encountered this, didn't we, Commissioner, when we were at a meeting in Pimpham, where we sat in a room with residents who told us about literally dozens of collisions, road traffic collisions in their village over the past couple of years. And there was no record anywhere of any of these collisions because they had not been reported because they were collisions to property, and therefore they were either insurance claims or not. And people said, oh, but it's not worth reporting, the police don't do anything. And it was quite a struggle to get people to understand that they need to report those collisions, even if the police are not going to take action, because otherwise we cannot identify where there are road safety issue clusters. Because road safety issue clusters don't just involve serious harm to people. They can also be damage to property clusters. So could you find some way of challenging this very out-of-date perception that it's not worth reporting it? Because it really is. Otherwise, councillors like me have no data on which to base our requests for improvements. Thank you.
The simple answer is yes. That particular road safety instance, I'll have to have a think about and see how we can do that, because that is slightly separate. The overall concept, though, that it is not worth reporting, we have to constantly make the case around 2 things. One, around intelligence. You know, the police and the evidential standards they have to hit, they need real intelligence. And it may be, for example, that what you're telling them has a little piece of the puzzle, but it's what somebody else will tell them, which will match to it, and somebody else will tell. The classic is a drug deal or the idea, a run of car thefts, right? It is really important to get that in, because that intelligence is what will help them build their cases. And in many cases, they are looking at patterns, and that's how they catch somebody. It is also true, and very true, and we've discussed it before here, that resources follow reports. If nothing's happening, then there won't be any police presence in order to affect it. And the sure thing to make certain nothing happens is not to report it. So yes, what I'm looking at is a piece which talks about communication, but it's also making the case of why the fact that crime's going down, you can make a difference, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you for that.
Alistair.
Thank you, Chair. The reporting of crime is something that I raise frequently, and it is a big issue for my residents. And single online home is also something that we have frequently discussed. Sadly, I think rather than making reporting easier and quicker, the online reporting as it stands is confusing and time-consuming. The report intelligence feature has been a good start and a welcome addition to the suite of tools that our community can use to report crime, but there is still room for improvement. I think awareness and education, as has been pointed out, is important. When I speak to members of the community, they don't really see the difference between the delineation between reporting intelligence and reporting a crime. If they see somebody dealing or smoking crack in an alleyway, they feel that they're reporting a crime and they will go to the single online home to report that crime and end up going through a very lengthy process which confuses them. And it also makes them less likely to report in the future. Other simple things that would help with the report intelligence are the ability to attach media. At the moment, you can't attach photos or videos, which would be really useful evidence, I'm sure, for investigating officers. I've tried to share the report intelligence form, and that involves copying the link URL. It's not a friendly, accessible link URL at all. I pulled it up a minute ago. It's about this long, with many depths and folders. It would be, I'm sure, quite simple to create an alias of dorset.police.uk/report intelligence. That should be something that's fairly straightforward for a technical team to deal with. That's kind of a comment rather than a question maybe, but it would be useful to know that these things are being looked at as part of contact demand and engagement management.
So the point about the difference between reporting and intelligence was the point I said at the start. I was very clear that this was a problem. I was very clear at the get-go that this was a problem. And I have said that there should have been a public campaign around the difference between the two. Because the fundamental difference is if somebody kicks my door down and beats me up, I'm a victim of a crime. That's the report. The crime is a victim bit. If I see a drug deal, well, I'm not actually a victim of that crime as such. So you don't need all the other information which is on that side of the equation. That's why it's quicker and simpler. But that is the piece that has not been explained well enough. And that's the bit that I want to try and make a difference about. Your point about media and video, absolutely. And I know that the force are working to try and get that sorted at the national level because it affects all the forces. And your point about the Earl, I'm not certain where that would sit. But if you write into us, we will pass that to CDEM and see if we can get that addressed because I agree, I hate long Earls too. You can help with that? Yeah, okay.
It's done and it works exactly as you suggested. Dorset.police.uk/intelligence will auto redirect towards the page.
That's fantastic. That's really good to know. I will pass that on to my community. If I'm allowed a small follow-up, the Chief Constable mentioned rolling out of contact management improvements across this year. Is there a timescale for that?
No. I know that I have heard a timescale for at least one of them, but I'm not going to comment because we will make a big hurrah about it when we do it. So you're going to have to watch this space, I'm afraid.
Pauline.
Chairman, could I just ask, I'm looking at the bit about making policing more visible and the connected bit, and further down we speak about the neighbourhood policing teams continuing to develop their key community contacts lists to get people, the right people sharing information. And as we sit in this room, we're all councillors at the highest level of local government, and recently had contact with my neighbourhood policing inspector, who hadn't quite got his head around the structure of local government, and happily thought if he spoke to the town clerks, they would cascade stuff down to the parishes, not realising that my parishes and my towns don't talk to each other anyway. They've been at war since the last civil war. So it's making sure that our police do speak to our parishes. They can use us, we can help them to do that, but the importance of that parish structure, both parish councils and parish meetings, which most people don't have any idea about. But in a rural ward like mine, it's the parishes, and the key players in those parishes tend to be the folk who are chairing or councillors or the gobby ones, I think you'd probably say. But it's ensuring that our police officers are aware of how to get the messages out there.
So you are absolutely right, and I'm aware that there has been a misunderstanding in North Dorset around engagement, and the Chief Constable is looking at that at the moment in order to address that. I came to see you and your good souls recently, and I basically said exactly what my expectations are. Regarding parishes, now, obviously, you may know better than me. How many is there? About 600 odd in Dorset? There's something like that, 640, something like that. There is no way that the neighbourhood policing team can go to every parish meeting. But I have said very clearly to the force, I've said that's not acceptable, right? There is a way, get them together in clusters. There is a thing called teams. Let's think laterally in order to try and improve the engagement. So I've always said that this priority is the oil tanker, and we're going to have to keep pushing at it to change it. Part of the engagement piece is also around the fact that there's an element of silo thinking. Engagement is done by the PCSO. Well, I'm sorry, I expect engagement to be embedded across the whole of the force at different levels. And that's what I've discussed with the Chief Constable in order how to get that addressed. So yes, I'm very aware of that situation. I've talked to them long and hard about trying to put in place something I refer to as Parish Watch, and I will keep pushing at it until it's achieved. Thank you.
Go on, mate.
Just a follow up to the excellent question. I'm really glad you brought that up, because when we visited Winfrith last year, some of us did sign up to become key community contacts. And I would strongly recommend all ward councillors consider becoming a key community contact in the respect of ensuring that flow of information between the community and the police force.
Thanks, Alistair. Yep, done.
So I would expect every local authority councillor to be a key community contact. I would expect every town councillor to be a key community contact. And I would expect them to have a list of parishes and a person in the parish council who they would get together with. That's my expectation of how this should work. But I would also go further. So if you had a particular faith group in your area, a classic would be the rabbi of the local synagogue, or the imam of the local mosque, or even the vicar of the local church. I would expect there to be some contact between the local police force and their community leaders, not just the political ones. So that's my expectation. That's what I'm pushing at.
Thank you for that, Commissioner, and thank you for those excellent questions as well from the team out there. I'm going to pull stumps now. It's 12:15, so we've slipped by 15 minutes. If we could reconvene at, we'll do that. Reconvene at 1:45. Meanwhile, I'll hand over to my erstwhile companion, who's got some more legalese stuff.
Thank you, Chair. As the meeting is going to go on into the afternoon and extend beyond the usual 3 hours that's set out in the Constitution, Chair, if we could just ask for a proposer and a seconder to extend the meeting, and then a raise of hands to continue into the afternoon session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to progress with the quarterly monitoring report, quarter 3. And the next thing we'll be having a look at is priority 3, fight violent crime and high harm. Commissioner.
Thank you very much indeed. So if we look at the fight violent crime and high harm priority, the one here I want to start with is the addiction and substance misuse. People will be aware of the Operation Scorpion, which has been running since the 5 PCCs came together, and we decided that there was going to be a priority around making the Southwest hostile for drug dealers and antisocial drug takers. We had the 6th phase of Operation Scorpion during this time period, and very clearly this was another success. Dorset basically arrested 26 and took £93,000 worth of drugs out of circulation. And this is really, really gratifying. Now, from the point of view of Operation Scorpion in total, I think there has been over 600 arrests, over £1 million worth of drugs taken off the streets, and it's going to continue. So each time it consists of the Ring of Steel, which is where we use all the ANPR, British Transport Police, all the assets we have to try and stop the stuff coming in. And then it has a specific theme. And those themes have consisted of, for example, cannabis farms. They have consisted of the nighttime economy. They have consisted of county lines. And each time there is an approach which unpicks another piece of the drug network, if I can put it that way. And that will continue. But you also need something else. You don't just need the enforcement, which we have done a great job with Scorpion and Viper in Dorset. I understand, of course, the Southwest overall, the threat of county lines has diminished because of this work. But we need something else, and that's where the Combating Drugs Partnership comes into play. And this is where the PCC, I chair it as the Senior Responsible Officer. It's where public health, NHS, local authorities, police, prisons, basically everybody who has a possibility of being able to affect drugs in our society comes together in order to try and make the difference. And there are 3 main subgroups. One is enforcement, one is treatment, and a third one is prevention. And prevention, we were very good at getting out the box. We're one of only, I think, 30% of CDPs across the country which has prevention as an arm in it. And we were very good at getting a national innovation fund. That brought a work stream which was being done in order to look at how we can prevent the use of drugs in our most vulnerable children and families. It is strange how these things are grant funded. There was a gap between phase 1 and phase 2. In order to bridge that gap, I made representation to the partners around the table to say, let us jointly fund that person so they can bridge the gap between phase 1 and phase 2 of this funding. And we were successful in doing that. The Home Office see Dorset CDP as a beacon. They've asked us to present on the innovation work around prevention. We're also, by the by, doing extremely well on the enforcement and treatment side of things. I look forward to talking about that in more detail at another time. The second one I want to talk about is the violence reduction. As you'll be aware, I have been somewhat frustrated about not being able to get a violence reduction unit up and going in Dorset. I'm not going to go through all the reasons. I'm not going to talk about the national situation or the local situation. What I've decided to do is basically to use some of my reserves to get that thing pump primed and going. And we're now basically, we commenced a recruitment of serious violence roles within my office in order to drive this, starting with the head of violence reduction and prevention. This will allow us to have a greater focus, bring together the partners, and basically drive to having a proper, fully functional violence reduction unit in order to tackle knife crime amongst our young citizens. I'm very clear that although we are a very safe county, although when you look at knife offences, we're in the bottom 5 of the country, we have too many kids carrying knives. And that's what this is ultimately about. I also supported OPSEPTA, which is the National Knife Crime Week of Intervention, where you have amnesty bins and all sorts of things going on. And as part of that, I took part and observed the Safer Schools team from Dorset Police in an academy talking to young people with their knife crime presentation. Number one, it was superb. Number two, it wasn't me who said that. It was the young people I spoke to afterwards to ask them what they thought. So we know that they're doing the right thing in this regard. We just need to have more of it and other interventions which a violence reduction unit would bring. What else happened? I also had an update from Circle Southwest regarding the behaviour changing course, which I'm funding, which works with young sex offenders in order to try and help them change their behaviours and not re-offend. And something I was really pleased about, which has taken some time to get going, but we've got there now, I launched the Violence Against Women and Girls Improvement Panel, which brings subject matter experts together to provide vital feedback and insight. So I have those meeting on a quarterly basis as a scrutiny panel, and what that will do is basically look at what the police are doing, what they're doing around victims, how is that right? How could we improve that? But also, gradually over time, I want to look at wider issues around violence on women and girls and where the gaps are and what else we can do. I think I'm going to stop there because I've done quite a lot on number 3 now, Chair.
Priority leads, Patrick and Liz. Any points you'd like to follow up on?
I wonder if I could just follow up on the issue of knife crime, and it's a point of clarification from my point of view, really. So I have assumed that in order to record something as a knife crime, that A, there has been a crime, and B, there's been a knife involved. What I'm keen to try and explore is the degree to which knives are being carried by young people, but that may not necessarily be a factor in that crime. Does that make any sense? So it's about how do you measure the prevalence of young people carrying knives if they're not all being captured by specific data that the police are recording.
If I put it another way, what you're concerned about is there may be many more carrying knives than the figures that the police have got. Well, I think that's probably true. And if I can pass across, because I think we may have some more.
Hello. So just to clarify, when we refer to knives, it's generally knives and sharp instruments. So the Home Office counting rules specify knife and sharp instruments as homicides, as wounding through as well. So that can include a variety of other implements, often sharpened screwdrivers and things like that. So they're also included within the statistics. Separately, Home Office require all police forces to count the numbers of knife or bladed article possessions. So that's separately collated. And so what we're seeing in Dorset, as we're seeing nationally, is an escalation in both possession of and use of. there is an in-between tier as well. So it's not just sharp instrument wounding, but it's also knife-enabled crime, which I think is what you're referring to, Councillor. So those would be things like a threat of violence where a knife is shown or a knife is intimated. So suggested that give me your mobile phone, I have a knife kind of thing, or potentially using the knife to show a threat of violence. So we capture knife possession, knife-enabled crime, and then also knife wounding.
Thank you for that. Liz, any points?
Commissioner, I've heard you speak before and we've had a conversation about your disappointment about not being able to achieve the funding that you would like in terms of prevention-related knife crime. Would you like to explore that a little bit?
I think I've spoken about it here before, but the issue of having a violence reduction unit was one that I have been talking about for 2 years, ever since I came into office. Because of the issue of young people carrying and because of the numbers that we see, as just been elucidated. My original intention was to go to the government and to go to the local authorities and basically talk about a match sharing approach with some money from Dorset Police, some money from me, some money from the local authorities, and some money from the government. Despite constant discussions with the government, they have decided that we are too safe. We don't satisfy the criteria which would enable them to do it. I would debate that, but I believe in prevention rather than just putting a sticking plaster on stuff when it happens. And that's why I'm trying to do this. I had a significant promise, which I thought was going to happen with one local authority, and that didn't come to fruition. We're in a situation now where both local authorities are using the serious violence duty money, which is great. And what we've done is we've had meetings with them in order to look at how that money is being spent, to see where the gaps are, which we can fulfill with a violence reduction unit. And now what we're doing is we're basically looking at what other partners we can bring to the table in order to make this happen. And we hope the local authorities, when they get some money in the future, would also deem this was a useful project to be involved in. So basically, if I can put it in a very succinct manner, I've tried everything to get money out of everybody else. Now I've said, sod it, we're going to get on with it and get it done. So, and we're working with some partners who not only will hopefully help us with delivery, but also will help us with funding as well. So we'll see where we get to, but that's the first step, is to have somebody who would drive it for us. And that's the posts that we talked about, I talked about in the piece. Thank you.
If I could just follow up what Patrick was talking about. What sort of conversations have you had with the Chief Constable about targeting known, unknown knife possession in Dorset?
So I have had conversations about that. They do target known knife offenders anyway. That's part of their routine work. But the other thing that I wanted to try and do was to augment their ability in order to basically find knife carriers. And so what I've done is I've actually equipped the force with funding that every police car in Dorset, every police patrol car will have a knife wand in it. So when they respond to calls, they can use that. And Dorset Police, I've also funded a knife arch, a portable knife arch they can take to areas where they are concerned and use it. Of course, it isn't just the people going through the knife arch that you look at, but that will help them find those people who are carrying it and are as yet unknown.
And what about intelligence-led targeted stop and search?
I've been very clear with Dorset Police about my view on stop and search. Where that tool is appropriate and legitimate, it should be used. And I would expect it to be used for knives. I would expect it to be used for drugs. I would also, as was done last summer, I would also support the use of stop and search, the S60, as it's known, where it is used over a certain area in order to basically keep that area safe. That is very rarely done, but where there is a need, I would also support them in that.
Thank you for that. Any further on questions, follow-on questions? Thank you. Moving on to fight rural crime.
Thank you. Well, I'm pleased to report that the total rural crime is still going in the right direction. It's still going down. You heard some of the report from the chief overall. The rural resources are still on the up. From the point of view, there's one piece here which I did want to actually speak about, which is the fact that we've also done something which hasn't been done in the Southwest before. We've done a rural crime survey. The 5 PCCs in the Southwest came together again. We decided we'd do a rural crime survey. This has given a basis, a baseline for where we are now. The other thing I ought to also say there is we continue with the Dorset Partnership Against Rural Crime. I have another meeting of that next week. That brings together all the partners and we talk about how we can make a difference. There is something else which has also occurred, and that is the instigation. A bit like Operation Scorpion for drugs, we've instigated something called Operation Ragwort for rural crime. And that is where, again, the 5 forces come together, they share intelligence, and what they are looking for is they are looking for transit across county borders. Where are the tractors which are being pinched, or the quad bikes which are being pinched? How are they being transported across? When the livestock, 20 sheep, that's not a Sunday lunch, that's going into the food chain. How is that being transported? How is that being got away? So they're looking at that and building intelligence around the organised crime groups which operate in our rural communities in a way that hasn't been done before, because we're determined to drive that down even further. Fly tipping, something which I am certain is of relevance to the people in this room, and not least to the residents of Dorset who suffer from it. One of the things that the Partnership Against Rural Crime, one of the things we discovered was that there was a gap. And so what we've done is we've basically we've funded a part-time fly tipping role to gather evidence of fly tipping offences and map crime hotspots. This is costing £20,000 and is hosted by Dorset Council. And as the Rural Crime Survey showed, this was the most likely crime which residents thought might affect them. So hopefully that will go some way in order to gather more evidence, make certain that we bring these people to justice. Because the police will seize their vehicles. We just need to build the evidence and be able to do that. I also got an update on the recruitment of rural mounted volunteers. At this time there were 6, we've now built them up to 10. And these basically receive police training in first aid, de-escalation, rural crime training, and they report in. They are an effective neighbourhood watch on horseback, go into those places in Dorset where others can't go. We have an aspiration for 24. We're gradually building it. I would ask if you know somebody who has a horse who would like to take part, please let Dorset Police know. The other point which we don't talk about as much, but is really, really important, is wildlife crime. And what we've done is we've done forensic training of wildlife crime officers. And we've also asked the Game and Wildlife Conservation Trust to provide training on legislation, particularly around traps and pesticides. You may remember that we had a raptor death in Dorset a couple of years ago. This is to make certain that we are at the absolute cutting edge of being able to address such crimes when they occur. And I'm very pleased that we've done that. Just to remind you, the Dorset Partnership Against Rural Crime deals with a number of areas, but the four main ones are rural crime, so acquisitive theft, fly tipping, wildlife crime, and heritage crime. So I'll leave it there unless there's some questions.
Better turn the microphone on, hadn't I? Fly tipping, as you mentioned, is a high priority for communities, and you are supporting with financing and evidence gather, which is appreciated. Thank you. What is the position with the appointment to that role, and is training ongoing to ensure both officers and members of the community know what to do if they see a fly tipping act underway or has been completed?
Thank you, that's a good question. I'll see if we've got an update. Yeah. Okay, so the recruitment at the moment is active. So once that's done, then I would expect there to be some noise about it and indeed some awareness and education as you talk about.
Sherry.
Yes, just a quick, I'll turn it into a question, but it's a request really. Your monitoring that you're doing, your mapping of the clusters, fly tipping hotspots, when you've got a picture of where the hotspots are, can you make sure that you inform the council ward member that, because we all know where fly tipping happens, but if, for example, there was a fly tipping hotspot in my ward, it would be really useful to know about that, because there would be key people in the community that I would share that information, and it would be sort of like a mini neighbourhood watch. If we knew that a particular copse or a particular lay-by was a hotspot, we could do something about it on the ground without interfering. And also it would be really helpful for the ward member then to be able to feel constant complaints and say, yes, police are aware.
I agree. What I'll do is I'll ask my team to make a note of that. I believe that this is going to be sheltered with a local authority. Is that right? Yes. So it is sheltered with a local authority, and I suspect that they communicate with their ward members, one would hope, but we'll actually take an action to suggest that to them. Okay.
Pauline.
Interest in, please, Crime Commissioner, and I was trying to get my head around how this individual employed part-time will be linking in with Dorset Waste, because if I want to report fly tipping, the first thing I do is phone Dorset, email Dorset Waste to let them know it's there. So can you explain a bit more about the links between Dorset Waste and the police through this role?
They'll be working directly with Dorset Waste. So one of the feedback that the Commissioner received through the Rural Crime Board was that there just wasn't the analytical capacity to look at all the data that had been received. So you can go online and you can see where reports of fly tipping for both Dorset Council and BCP are. But at the moment, in terms of turning that into some actionable intelligence, there just wasn't the capacity to look at it because, of course, for many of those reports, firstly, there's simply nothing other than a report. So there isn't fingerprint dusting at the scene of every mattress that is put off on the curb, as you'd understand. But then also a good number of the reports, because of the way that the local authorities launch them, are actually to do with people's bins being overstuffed. So we're just saying, in terms of actually looking at the individual reports and making a connection, looking at the clusters, the hotspots, and doing something, they needed the capacity. So this post will help towards doing that, and they're directly in with the Waste Partnership and local authorities pulling that together so that they can be investigated, both with the policing powers and the local authorities' powers to do so as well.
Tony.
Yeah, on fly tipping, I know many years ago in Poole we had access to what are effectively what you get now is cheap and cheerful wildlife cameras, but they were, you know, disguised in Coke cans and things like that. And I'm wondering whether yourself and the local authorities have access to these and use them if a place is regularly fly tipped, that, you know, maybe a discrete camera that's kind of checked discreetly every now and then might actually pick up people that are regularly dumping. And the other thing, it's a bit of a bugbear of mine, is people who just casually toss things out of car windows. And there are certain roads which are really bad. I think the A31 going near Wimborne is a particularly bad example, as is Dorset and Camford Way. But if any unmarked vehicles, whether they're council or, you know, used by the police, had a sort of like a, you know, press button dash cam, you know, behind the rear view mirror and could actually photograph that, I think if people started to get things saying, oh, this is a picture of you dumping rubbish and, you know, an on-the-spot fine or a threat of an on-the-spot fine, that might actually help get away from that thing that people just seem to think that they can just dump stuff anywhere. And I've kind of seen it. And I think, well, why, you know? But you know, it's about whether you've got access to you know, cheap and cheerful things. You know, you're talking about £60 a throw, so they're not actually high risk to do that.
So taking the first one, which was around the use of covert cameras and fly tipping, that's something that the D Park has discussed. And I'm not quite certain where it's got to. So I'll go back to that and come back to you. I have a funny feeling that there were issues around it. Oh, you know something? Okay, in that case.
Yeah, there were real challenges with this. So quite a lot of time was spent looking at other pilots in other areas that have tried this. So the first challenge, of course, is costs. So some other areas have spent a large amount of money on equipment, covert cameras, which haven't yielded much in the way of results. Because though we talk about hotspot areas, in reality, they're not usually single fixed destinations. They're a long length of road. So you need to have a camera which you can repeatedly redeploy, is obviously covert, and then doesn't get damaged or destroyed. You then also run into the challenges about covert recording, which I can't do justice to here, but you aren't simply allowed to set up a camera just for covert recording on the off chance. Local authorities just don't have permission to do that. And again, they have to consider the proportionality of doing so. So it has been looked at great length. There are one or two pilot areas we're keeping track of, but in honesty, from what we could see, they hadn't actually had results, either in prosecutions or reducing the fly tipping. So it's just something we're keeping an eye on, and obviously if there's a solution, then we'd be bringing it back forward here.
I discussed that with Ian a long time ago, covert cameras, and he highlighted exactly what Adam's just pointed to, that you may end up picking up things that are perfectly innocent but could be embarrassing, for instance, without going into detail in a public meeting. Thank you very much. David, do you have any more points you'd like to raise at all on any of that? Yeah. Go on.
So yes, I was right. It had run aground. For me, the one of those two issues, the one that is most germane is if it's not working, then I'm certainly not going to use taxpayers' money to do it. The second point about the issue of things being thrown out of cars, yeah, I get frustrated about that because I never throw a thing out of my car. And not being funny, I'm not certain what the answer is, unless it was a public campaign for everybody with dashcam to start sending it in to the local authority to name and shame those people. I think there might be some traction in that. It would be very, very low down the interceptor car's priority list to pull people over for littering when they're chasing them for other much more significant crimes, including the lack of insurance, the lack of tax, speeding, and all those sorts of things. So I can't see that being a useful tool which would make much of a difference. But there might be something about the public shaming bit. Those are just my thoughts.
Arguably, you've already got the precedent with OpSnap. You've already got the precedent with OpSnap.
Yes, indeed. It's just where it should go into. Yeah.
Any more? Peter?
Just on that point, I know that I've got a resident has written to me this week with dashcam footage of someone throwing rubbish out of a car. And in Dorset, you have a page on the Dorset Council website for it to be reported, and then they can be issued with some sort of penalty. In BCP, unfortunately, we don't. It can be reported to Wise, but I suspect the penalty is not the same. So not even quite naming and shaming, but it does seem like it's something that maybe BCP could learn a little bit from Dorset Council on.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Trent, that sounds like your answer.
In the past, but I'm pretty certain at one time we did have available, you know, a camera disguised as something else that they'd stick up in a tree just to catch a known regular dumper sort of thing. But yeah, but I understand the whole thing about the legislation around it, because I know the Old Pool Council got into trouble for using, you know, covert cameras for a purpose which was found to be illegal. So,
Thank you for that. Right, so moving swiftly on. Number 5, putting victim and communities first.
So I'm very pleased to say that the numbers of victims supported by the OPCC Commission services has gone up. I'm very clear that the importance of both the Victims Bureau and indeed the Victims and Witnesses arm of that is incredibly important, because not only is it for the victim, but it also allows for other matters such as coming to court, etc., to be supported. I note that there's been a change in the recorded hate instances. Those have gone up slightly. The recorded hate crime has gone down. It's really interesting. I didn't realise this until I heard it recently, that Dorset has the lowest hate crime in the country, apparently, which is a testament in many ways to the residents. You will have seen that there is a red marker on this page. That is business crime, that is shoplifting, that we gave a comprehensive answer to earlier. So I wasn't going to go through it again unless there was any specific questions which wasn't answered by that paper, but I think it was pretty comprehensive. We've launched the immediate justice scheme in Dorset. I spoke a little bit about that earlier in the context of what bit it couldn't do. This is for adults, and we're very pleased. We've had the first couple of people through it, is my understanding. And I've also issued a survey to understand how communities would like the scheme to work in their area. And I know that that's one of the things which we're really interested in. If an area wanted fly tipping, if an area wanted planting, if an area wanted this. And so that will be moving forward now. I welcomed Operation Shopkeeper, but I'm not going to go into that. We've also basically tried to widen the scope of the Dorset Safer Business Partnership. This is something I set up 2 years ago. It meets quarterly. It brings together the business improvement districts. It brings together the chambers of trade. What I'm trying to do is widen it to bring in also the regional managers of the local supermarkets. And that is a challenge. So I'm trying to squeeze it from both ends, going in to see various store managers and saying, tell me about your issues with shoplifting. Could you get your regional manager to engage with us so we can talk about what we're doing, what the differences is. And we know it pays dividends on the ground locally when there is good partnership between a store and a neighbourhood policing team. One of the things I did last week was I went and discussed the issues around the crime in the area with local shops in Dorchester. I walked around with the PCSO, engaged with some of the shopkeepers, and the local co-op has seen a dramatic reduction in their shoplifting since they put their alcohol in glass cabinets So, we need to get some of the designing out of crime into the philosophy as well. And I understand the tension. The tension is between the shop being as easy to walk around as possible to drive sales with the issue of how do we prevent criminality. So I absolutely get that, but more engagement from everybody, all the partners, would be very welcome in order to drive that forward. We also supported the Hate Crime Awareness Week in October. We shared a blog from a victim of hate crime, and I'm still very clear that the orphan at the feast, when we talk about hate crime, is that of disability. When I hear about hate crime, it is usually in the context of race, gender, or religion. But disability, when you talk to some of the people, they also suffer it. And I think that I will keep raising awareness regarding that particular issue. I think I'm going to stop there, actually, from the point of view of number 5.
Thank you very much for that. Priority leads, Alistair and Peter.
Yeah, I have a question on shoplifting. I've read the paper and I appreciate all the work that's gone into it, and I've spent some time with the MPT looking at how they manage it. I met with UK PAC last week, and it strikes me that the resistance which you mentioned here to reporting, which is very similar to what we talked about earlier, is at the key. And having spent time with the MPT, they're using that information to create hotspots to know there's a problem where they should send officers, and if we're not reporting, that's a massive problem. And yet we do know that other systems, like you mentioned Diskin here, and I know Marks and Spencer's use Aurora, I think it's called. It might seem a ridiculous thing to ask, but maybe if they could at least combine that database, maybe, because when I speak to Marks and Spencer, they say, well, look, we have to put it into Aurora. We can't engage with UK PAC, although I think there is some progress there potentially. We're not interested in the reporting pack that gets sent out because we're not going to take it to court. And so we're missing that information, which is captured somewhere, but isn't captured in the place where we really need it. And I don't have an answer for you. I'm just saying I've seen this problem in my little town where I'm doing this, and I'm sure it must be bigger elsewhere. So it strikes me there is information, we just need to get at it.
You are absolutely spot on, and that is my frustration. Because I know, for example, that one supermarket will map all their supermarkets, they know where their hotspots are, etc., etc., etc. But that information isn't coming to the police. And it's like, hang on a minute, we've got all these different elements. And that's why I'm trying to join up as far as possible from the point of view of the business improvement districts in BCP. 3 of them, I think it was going to be 4, but the 4th one is very nascent, so they can't join yet. But 3 of them are joining together to basically use SentrySys from UK PAC. I also have a project with SentrySys and UK PAC, which is to look at 200 shops across Dorset and pump prime. Doesn't mean that only 200 shops will go on the system, but I can pump prime 200 to get it started. And the idea is that we will eventually be able to say, Dorset is going to be hostile to shoplifters. You come here, it's going to be much easier for us to find you because we've got this system. So if we could get some of the regional retailers, the chains, to also be on that, and certainly I think one of the co-ops is, then we've really got some rock and roll there from the point of view of being able to address this issue, but also to make noise about it. I have seen this used in one other area in the country where it's actually pushed the shoplifter out and out and out, and eventually it gave up. And that's what I want to get to. I want to make it really, really difficult because, quite frankly, last summer I got fed up with chasing them on my high street. And there is too much of it around. And the more noise we can make about how difficult it is, the better. And I think the one other thing I'll say is we also have a responsibility to call it out. And that's all of us, if we see a shoplifter. One of those shoplifters I chased, there was a cafe full of people ahead of me, and they were cheering him on. That is unacceptable. That's not funny. He's just threatened the local assistant in the shop. He's just threatened to thump me. He spat at me, and you're cheering him on. Come on, we've got to be better than that. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm determined that we're going to get this framework across Dorset, and then we're going to make noise about it, and hopefully they will give up or go somewhere else.
Just to say thanks very much for the 200, because I think Broadstone, I mentioned to you before, is not in a bid, and we have been offered the chance to get involved, which is how come I met with UKPAC, and I'm going to hopefully walk them around the shops shortly to meet some people and get them involved. I think the where we are, we've got 3 chains that probably don't want to engage that, and we've got some small shops that might want to engage. So we'll have a conversation, but appreciate the help with that.
So with my marketing head on, if you can get some in Broadstone, we can then say Broadstone's protected, and put that in the paper. Shoplifters, you are going to be in trouble if you go to Broadstone. It's that I want to get for the whole of Dorset.
Thank you. To agree with Peter, I met with UKPAC as part of a pub watch visit where they were suggesting onboarding retail and other licensed premises onto the scheme. I think that's relevant given what you mentioned about the securing of alcohol having a dramatic effect on the reduction of shoplifting. With that in mind, one of the licensing objectives is the prevention of crime and disorder. Do you think more should be done by licensing to put restrictions or licensing recommendations to secure alcohol in retail premises?
Yes, I do. So for the first 13 years of my life, I was brought up in an off licence. My father had an off licence, Armour Road in Winton. My grandfather had an off licence in Ripon Road. The thing they were most scared about, the thing that they absolutely held as a holy grail, was their licence. They would not serve kids. They would not serve anybody under the influence. And I think that we have got slack generally on these issues. We should be much firmer about a warning. We should be much firmer about then taking the license away. And the two questions are linked, because one of the new things that we've seen now is there is now much more organisation around shoplifting from the point of view of receiving the stolen goods, even to the extent that some shoplifters are stealing to order, and then it is being resold in retail outlets. Now, I am aware of at least one instance when that retail outlet came to the attention of the licensing authorities, and the police made a plea around taking away their license. That didn't happen. And not being funny, the police do not lightly make a point. So I think, yes, we should be tougher about licensing, because there's too many kids getting alcohol, there's too many who are already inebriated getting alcohol. And then there's this other wicked little bubbling issue where some, I emphasize it is the tiny few, retailers are playing a game.
Commissioner, this question comes under either making policing more visible and connected or putting victims and communities first. There is, in the national media today, coverage about abstractions in the police service, where police officers from community policing are taken to cover other duties. To what extent is this happening in Dorset, and how are you holding the Chief Constable to account to minimise the impact on communities across Dorset?
Thank you very much for raising that question. I think we dealt with a lot of it during the precept conversation regarding the issue of police officers doing the jobs of police staff. I think if I recall the number, it was 16 that we said that we were looking at. I've read the article that you referred to, and I'm very gratified that issues such as burglary and shoplifting, which are now being come to the fore and the Home Secretary is talking about, I'm very clear that we have had those on our agenda for the last 2 years with the Dorset Safer Business Partnership. One of the issues also expressed in that article is the fact that the neighbourhood policing team and response team in some areas have been fused. We haven't done that in Dorset. We've kept them separate. And the other point I'll make is the issue of PCSOs. Well, I think that we have been through enough of the perverse alchemy of the national funding formula and the issue that we have around the uplift to understand that actually I'd love to have more and more PCSOs, but actually we have to deal with the situation as we currently find it. If the Home Secretary would like to come to me and address the funding issue that we have, I'd be delighted.
Rural crime. Sorry, I do apologise. Make every penny count. I didn't, blind pew here, didn't see you, sorry.
Sorry, I just had a quick follow-up on that. In that NPT resources, neighbourhood policing team resources, aren't ring-fenced. And if there are demands from frontline policing or other operational aspects, often it's the neighbourhood policing resource that gets diverted to those needs. This can reduce neighbourhood policing availability down to around 30%, I've been reliably informed. This has a detrimental effect on visible policing in the community. Is there anything we can do to ensure that neighbourhood policing resource isn't the first resource that gets used when demand increases?
Okay, we are straying heavily into the operational here. I will answer because there are a couple of things which have already happened in Dorset. I mean, you will never get away from the fact that when we have a situation like the murder on the cliff top, or rather, I'm not saying it was done on the cliff top, but the bodily parts which were found on the cliff top last summer, that is hugely draining on police resources. There were 21 officers in the cordon, not looking, not part of the search team, but just in the cordon to keep the people away. When you have a situation like that, there is no alternative, but you have to use neighbourhood policing teams for a limited moment in time. But there's a number of initiatives which are occurring in order to reduce the demand on neighbourhood policing teams and make certain that they are where we want them to be, doing what we want them to do. If I can enumerate those, there are three that I'm aware of, and a fourth, which is a technological solution. The three that I'm aware of is before my term in office, we didn't have missing people teams. A missing person can be hugely draining on resources, and they were a significant part of neighbourhood policing teams' work. The two specialists, I think it's two, is it two or three missing persons teams? It's two. Yeah, so there's two missing persons teams, and their job is to take away the demand from the neighbourhood policing team because of their specialist expertise in finding the people they're looking for. And I've asked the Chief Constable for a deep dive to look at their efficiency, and that's coming to one of my joint leadership boards in the near future. Anecdotally, they're felt to have been really effective, and they have been really good at catching particularly young people a lot quicker than we were doing. But that also has the additional advantage of taking demand away from the neighbourhood policing teams. The other two areas, one is the rural crime team, which was 3, now it's 18. So if those 3 weren't doing what they needed to do, the next port of call was the neighbourhood policing teams. So that should also have helped. And there's a third one, which I think is underutilised currently, and is one of the things which the Chief and I have talked about regarding the need to make certain that neighbourhood policing teams understand they are able to draw on them. That is the use of the neighbourhood enforcement teams. So the neighbourhood enforcement teams are primarily there to deal with the drugs and county lines in an area, but they are also there to deal with hotspots of criminality. So, for example, we would perceive that a run of burglaries in an area, the neighbourhood policing team could call on the NET team to help them with that. So there's a number of areas where we have used assets to try and reduce the demand on neighbourhood policing teams so they focus on their localities. The other thing that has been done is when I was a candidate, I went on a Shout air show night, busiest night of the year. 15 minutes in a van answering a 999 call, 10 minutes at the place where nothing had happened, 15 minutes back, 15-minute write-up for each police officer on a desktop computer. Now that was unacceptable. So has been a large drive around technology and the use of something in particular called Pronto, which is on their mobile phones, which allows them to do a lot of the work they would have to go back to the office to do on their mobile phones. Now, having worked in a commercial business adopting all sorts of new technologies, you know that there are early adopters, late adopters, and sometimes you have to push this. That's what Dorset Police are just doing at this moment. They're pushing hard for more adoption of the use of Pronto. And that, again, will allow neighbourhood policing teams to be out and about and more visible more. So I hope that helped. Even though I'm not operational, I do know a bit about what's going on, if you see what I mean. Cheers.
Thank you, I'm grateful for that.
Money. I thought you would have had enough of that, Chair, for today. Regarding the Every Penny Count, number 6. Basically, during this time period, I welcome the award of the Home Office Safer Street funding to Dorset. I think it's important that I just make a couple of points about this. I said it earlier, but we were the lowest force, we weren't the lowest force nationally, I don't think, but we were pretty low. And certainly when I looked across the southwest, my colleagues had got more money out of Safer Streets, the previous tranches, than we had. Now, I get a bit grumpy about things like that. I'm slightly competitive. So I sat them down in a room and said, right, chaps, you tell me, how did you get more money? What is your system? What is your approach? What are you doing which hasn't been done in Dorset before? And there were a couple of things that we changed. And guess what? Suddenly we get the money and it's really easy. And one of the fundamental things that I put in place was a bid person, a bid writer, a grant applier in my office in order to basically make certain that we get it and get it right for these grants. And she worked very effectively with local authorities. We put in 3 bids and we got all 3. Now, glory be. We were given that on, I think, Thursday. On Monday, we got told £180,000 of that is going to be top sliced away in the settlement. So then what we did was we got our bid writer who works in our policy office to work with the local authorities around the bids to minimise the effects of that money. So I'm very pleased that we've got the money. That is now going across Dorset, actually, to make a difference. And the detailed difference, I am certain that we've put out in press releases and we'll do more about it as it actually comes to hit all the places. But that will have a great effect about keeping people safe, not only in BCP, not only in Weymouth, but also across our market towns and villages in Dorset. So I'm very pleased that we got that funding. I'm not going to talk about the annual precept survey. What I've also done is support evidence-based proposals to aid policing. This included funding specialist autism training for independent custody visitors. It included welcoming the law on nitrous oxide, which was a lobbying win. As co-chair of the Addiction and Substance Misuse portfolio, I lobbied not just one, but 2 Home Secretaries in order to get nitrous oxide on the illegal list. And we also supported the Pineapple Project to safeguard young women, which is one of the areas which has been extended within the Safer Streets funding as well. We obviously do exactly what we're meant to do in that we scrutinise the forces savings plans. And I'm in danger of repeating myself from this morning, Chair.
Just one follow-up question, if you don't mind. We also heard this morning that funding is tight for the next financial year. Very tight, shall we say. Can you outline why there appears to be no plan for the £3 million capital receipt for the sale of Bargates, please?
The answer in a nutshell is that there are potential projects being considered. The capital receipt from the sale of Bargates is significant, and there won't be any more. There's no further capital receipts of this sort of value. So we're being very careful about the decision of where this can have most impact. So this will also include the impact on the revenue budget, both from reducing the cost of borrowing and from any efficiencies from the project itself. And it's also about, if we are going to use this money, it's about making whatever service improvements are there for the public, that they become more sustainable. There's 2 potential projects we're looking at. One, and you will understand why I am excited about this one, which is the replacement contact system. The Chief referred to that we're beginning to look at how we can make that even more efficient. The other one is the investment in electric vehicles and infrastructure. And I have some sensitivities around that. I don't want us driving hard and find out we have taken Betamax instead of VHS. So I'm very clear on 2 things. One, that we look at how that develops, but we also do something else. We make certain that we have operational effectiveness at the front of our minds, because it's all very well being sustainable, but if you can't catch the bad guys, then you've got a problem. So those are a couple of the sorts of things which could be considered. Business cases are still being developed on those projects, and we'll look at the funding once we've got full information. And as I said, I've got some caveats, certainly around the latter one. In the meantime, what we've done is we've made certain that the capital receipt forms part of our cash investments and is earning interest for us at just over 5%, which is good news. So, yeah, watch your space about that one.
Just out of interest, who owns that money, you or the Chief?
Yeah, so actually it all is part of the OPCC. I then give the money to the Chief, and the point I'll make is the operation that is run here is very lean, and I give over 98% of the money that comes in to Dorset Police. I think there was an old filmmaker who used to say, it's got to be all up on the screen. That's the way I see this.
Thank you for that. Does anybody have any questions they'd like on finance? Yes? Huh? Alistair.
So, regarding the content management system, the Chief Constable mentioned content management improvements, and you just mentioned a replacement contact system. Is that referring to the same thing? And what are the cost benefits of the replacement system? It's the first time I've come across this.
Not necessarily, and more detail will follow. If we say contact, we're talking about this bigger thing. It's not just single online home. It's not just the telephone system. It's also the underpinning IT, which runs the ability of the contact operators to look and see what's going on and actually sort of disperse the officers to do their job. And there's a lot of back functionality around IT there as well. So it's the whole element is being looked at the moment.
Maybe that's something you could link into Patrick's question earlier on about overview, the whole package of contact, ability to contact.
Yeah, but this is very much a work in progress, Chair. So, you've asked for the next quarter. I'll probably come to the next quarter and say it's a work in progress. So, it's probably a few months down the line. Sorry? Yeah, absolutely. My Chief Executive will add a bit more detail.
If it's helpful, members, just for the moment. So just on ICT and future contact systems, Dorset Police currently uses 20 different systems within its control room. Those are all run by different suppliers, different contract periods, different packages. Some are done locally, some are done across the alliance, some are done regionally, some are done nationally, some are done with the various other patchwork quilt of options. The complexity in dealing with those and making sure that all of those different systems talk to each other, and that as one falls out of support, that we need to upgrade another one, and the knock-on effect of upgrading that one to make sure that it still talks to that one is quite difficult to manage. And so the conversation we're having is around streamlining that current patchwork quilt of suppliers, potentially streamlining it to such an extent that we might be looking at maybe a very small number of suppliers. So consolidating that will bring significant benefits to not only the reduction of bureaucracy around the maintenance of those contractual arrangements, but also training. So each one of our control room operatives will need training on each one of those particular products. If we can massively streamline those to a small handful, maybe even a smaller number of systems, that will bring significant operational benefit. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking at. You'll appreciate, hopefully, from what I've just outlined, that is a big program of work. So we're talking about probably months to come through and work through those options. And obviously, there's a great degree of commercial sensitivity in all those arrangements as well, which means that we won't be able to give you we won't be able to be as open or transparent as we would want to be during the development process. We probably won't be able to tell you what we're doing until we've actually signed the contract, just for perfect clarity on that, just because of commercial aspects.
That's very interesting. So I completely understand the complexity, interdependencies, and the need to consolidate. That sounds like a very positive move. I hope there's an opportunity there to improve the end user community experience at the same time. Thank you for the update.
The end user is the piece that I am going to try and keep front and center throughout the whole process, because that has to be where we are to make it easy for the public. The other piece that I am also going to make certain is front and center is that having made whatever changes we make, they have to be communicated effectively to the public. So we're not playing catch up in the way that we're having to do at the moment over the report intel confusion. So yes, absolutely. It has to be done, and it has to be done in the right way.
Thank you for that useful discussion, and thanks for the input as well from the panel members. So, and Simon, thank you for your input there. Really useful. If there's no further questions, I'm going to move on to item 7, rehabilitation. If If I may thank you, Commissioner, and your team for the excellent report that you've produced from the key lines of inquiry, which were developed by Councillor Canavan and Dr. Mitten, ably assisted by Adam from your team and Mark from the sort of PCP management team. Between the four of them, they came up with some good, crunchy, succinct key lines of inquiry, which your paper has adequately answered. But if we can, and obviously the panel's read your paper, so if we could ask you just to very briefly talk us through the item and allow panel members to ask any questions that they may have.
Chair, thank you. I'm not going to try and regurgitate the paper. I'm going to pick out some elements within it that I think would make sense for us to possibly talk about. Look, I'm very clear. Offender rehabilitation is a primary component in reducing the reoffending rates. We know this. And there are a number of key factors within that which I think are absolutely important. What we can't have, and one of the things which is most frustrating, and we hear it all the time, is this constant idea that somebody basically revolves back and forth between society and prison, society and prison, society and prison. This whole revolving door piece. And it is how that functions from the point of view of the moment of release from prison back into the community. What does that person require to ensure that they're not going to reoffend again? There was a time where you were kicked out on a Friday afternoon with 50 quid in your pocket. And these Friday afternoon releases meant that what was the first thing that happened? You probably spent that 50 quid, probably not on things that you probably should have spent it on, which then caused you to get into more trouble, and before you know it, you're back in the clink. This isn't useful. So there are whole pieces of work now looking at how we can wrap around interventions to help that not occur. It may surprise people, but it is true that the Friday afternoon release has only this January been ceased. But that has now happened. That was a report that I had recently. I'm not going to talk about the prison estate because I think you have a comprehensive report within the paper. What I want to do is I actually want to talk a little bit about the issue of what works and the factors that are being looked at. So you'll see on page 54, we have a number of factors, and these range from accommodation. Getting offenders into accommodation is the foundation of rehabilitation. And one of the initiatives which is happening, again, I know it's a dangerous concept, but the Southwest PCCs talk to each other and we work together. One of the things, initiatives which is occurring in the Southwest, which again the Home Office have got very excited about, is because we have an initiative called Prisoners Build Homes. The homes they build are basically eco-pods. So you have a bathroom, you have a kitchen, you have a bedroom, you have a lounge. And it is constructed by prisoners. Now, I've been and met these prisoners as they're constructing these eco-pods. And they are getting immense value from it. Not just the value they're getting from the skills, the carpentry, the painting, the decorating, not those skills, which are obvious, but other skills, teamwork, understanding that they may need to give a bit with their colleagues in order to get something done. The whole ability of being able to work together and communicate. They are also seeing a benefit from those soft skills. What I like about the Prisoners Building Homes scenario These homes are not expensive. It is less to build one of these homes than it is to put somebody into bed and breakfast accommodation for a year. So why aren't we building more and more of these homes? Why aren't we rehabilitating more and more prisoners? These homes would be useful not just for the homeless, but for asylum seekers and even key workers, student nurses, young police officers. You can also put them together. So you could build a house effectively for a family with this prisoners building homes scenario. We're pushing it really hard. We're getting a lot of interest. The barriers are land, but local authorities may have land that they could push for it. And I've spoken to both local authorities in Dorset about this, and we have a couple of sites which are being looked at. The other barrier is workshops and the use of workshops on prison estates, and that's something that we're working through with the Home Office. But that's one solution, for example, for accommodation. Then I think I'm going to pick up on education, training, and employment. So there's three things that we've done as a PCC here, which I'm really proud of, largely for younger people. But we funded Dorset Trade Skills to deliver 4 types of educational training. So this is to give employment opportunities, to give them skills they can use for about 45 young people, to give them something else that they can focus on rather than the criminality which they possibly have fallen into. Future Roots is an amazing operation in North Dorset. It's a superb farm which takes in young people who may have been involved in county lines and may have issues. And I'm supporting that to deliver practical courses for the young people so they can look at getting careers in other things rather than the possibilities which are being offered elsewhere, let's put it that way. AFC Bournemouth also is a key component in what I'm trying to do. And they're doing a 12-week program with specific objectives for those who want to try and get other aspirations away from criminality. So you can see there's different opportunities for different sorts of young people. And long may that continue. Physical and mental health. So one of the rehabilitation options to address reoffending is that of community sentence treatment requirements, CSTRs. These are court-ordered interventions as an alternative to custody. And one of those is the alcohol treatment requirement. You may have heard of the alcohol tags. Well, those are being highly successful across the whole country. This is the idea where you basically have somebody who has an issue with alcohol causing them to reoffend, and they are tagged with a tag which will say if they have been drinking, and let somebody know if they have been drinking. And there was something like an over, I think it was 97% success rate with those that I heard nationally recently. We've also got drug rehabilitation requirements, which we're basically starting to use more and more again across the country and in Dorset. And the third piece of the triangle is the mental health treatment requirements. I'm very proud that my office has partnered with NHS England in order to help deliver that. The piece we have to be careful about, though, is how they're used. And this is something that I've raised. Because we don't want to get into the whirling cycle, the whirling wheel of doom, if you like, on your computer, where the person says, right, okay, we're going to give him a mental health treatment requirement. The mental health people say, whoa, no, you're not doing that because he's got drug issues. And the drug people say, well, we're not doing that because he's got mental health issues. We have to join this up. And there's more and more talk and more movements in order to make certain that we do join this up, so we can make certain that we actually have a program for somebody who has complicated issues. I will talk a little bit about drugs and alcohol, because for me, this is the single biggest issue, not just for Dorset, but for the whole country, is the fact that we're not gripping it. And it's only now, actually, in the last 2 years, that we've actually had a sensible strategy. For too long in this country, we had a strategy where you either lock everybody up, or you don't lock anybody up, and you give them sort of, you allow them to do whatever they want, and you give them basically treatment. Neither of those on their own works, and there's a third element missing. You need tough enforcement, you need effective treatment, and you need impactful prevention. And I said this when I came into office. The From Harm to Hope drug strategy, which came out in the December afterwards, said exactly the same thing. That could be a game changer because it's got those three elements. I'm not going to talk about enforcement. I talked about that earlier. But I want to talk about the other two areas. With treatment, if we look at the drug deaths for Dorset, we have a patchwork of issues. We have opioid implicated drug deaths. We have cocaine drug deaths. We have other prescription medicine and other types. We have to get away from only thinking about opioid drug death and make certain that we are addressing all of them. If 20% of the deaths in Dorset are due to cocaine, if actually when the Regional Organised Crime Unit looks at our threat, the threat is cannabis and cocaine greater than synthetic opioids for us here. But the issue is what's coming down the lines. In the States, they've had synthetic opioids, things like fentanyl, things like nitazines. We're seeing that coming here. It's very small at the moment, but we're making certain that we're prepared for it. So my point about this is this. You need those three things, and you need them driven. And that's why the implementation arm of From Harm to Hope is the Combating Drug Partnership. And that's been running now in Dorset for 2 years. It is being immensely effective. The Home Office keeps asking us if they can use our information. We have had £1.4 million worth of extra funding into Dorset for treatment since it's been in operation. We've had the innovation grant, which was £250,000 in order to help drive prevention. But there is much more that needs to be done in prevention. That will drive prevention around the resilience, the importance of vulnerability, not just in the kids, but in the families. There also needs to be information on drug awareness. This is the World Health Organization's view, is that you need both of these aspects. Prevention is very clearly about also talking not just to the kids at the top of the triangle who are most vulnerable, but also the kids in the public health approach further down. When I came into Dorset, I was very keen to see the Safer Schools offering from the police. And it is very good. But it talks about drugs and the law. Now, you've got 100 teenagers in a room. You are going to address it with some of them. Some of them will get it. Some of them will get the fact that if you take drugs and you're caught, then you may not have a career in the law or the police force. You may not be able to go to America if you wanted to. Those are the sorts of types of things that they talk about. And it's very good. And that's why the Safer Schools team do it. But it doesn't apply to all the kids. So what else can you do? So I have also given money to Vita Nova, which is a dramatic arts group in Boscombe, who are made up of ex-drug users. And they have a phenomenal performance called Wasp's Nest, which is about county lines. And that is going around the schools. I've given money to it. Public Health has given money to it in order to make certain that that lands. And that exposes the real threat of county lines and what it's like. And critically, after the performance, those drug users will sit and answer questions of the kids. And the first question is that real? Is that what you saw? And they are 110% down the line because they created the play. Now, to me, that will work with a number of other of those in that teenage room. And then there will be another group where you can talk about the harm of the drugs. So I have commissioned the Alcohol Education Trust to put together a pack on illegal gateway drugs for 11 to 16-year-olds. So that will cover the cannabis, the ketamine, the MDMA, and the nitrous oxide. And that will talk to them, not say don't do it, it will talk to them about the harm of those drugs and say, did you know this? To allow them to make informed decisions not to do it. And that will work again in a proportion. And the last one who I'm also supporting, though not with money, is a lady called Janie Hamilton, who has done a number of schools in Dorset. And she talks about her lived experience with her son, James, who at 16 got into cannabis and at 31 died, looking as though he was 51. And she very eloquently talks about the fact she felt she lost him a number of times during that journey. And that also, there is good feedback from the schools about. Part of the issue here is that the schools don't know where to go to get this information. So I've spoken to the Combating Drugs Partnership, and we're basically talking about how best we can communicate what is available. At a top level, very top level, a national level, you're getting twitchy, aren't you? Yeah, okay. I'll finish the drugs bit on the top level. At the very top national level, we have a interministerial forum which occurs, which I go to as co-chair of the Addiction and Substance Misuse portfolio. And the area that is most difficult to get to the table is education. Yet to me, that is core, because this sort of issue needs a top-down approach as well. I presented to the CASH, the Coastal Association of Head Teachers, and basically they would like to know what's available, and they have told me they're not getting anything from up above. They're having to find out and sharing information amongst themselves. So I presented to them on these issues what was available and how it could be helped. I'm very sorry if that went on a bit, but I am very keen on that subject. It is the biggest issue this county faces. And it is why I'm driving so hard on drugs, but not just the enforcement, but also the treatment and prevention. Do you want me to stop it entirely? Okay, in that case, I will commend that paper to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, David. Excellent synopsis, not only of the paper, but also drugs, alcohol, and, dare I say, gambling abuse, which we will cover in the next meeting. So you were a little bit ahead of the game there, but thank you very much for that. And again, thank you to you and all your staff for the excellent paper that was produced out of the key lines of inquiry, which I will now hand back to the authors of the key lines of inquiry, Patrick and Liz, if you've got any follow-up questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and just to echo your thanks to the team, it's really satisfied to put the key lines of inquiry together and get a report back that's as comprehensive as this. So thank you very much indeed for that. I just wondered if I could ask you a bit more about the mental health treatment requirements. So thank you for your additional comments about that. I was reassured that work going on to make sure it doesn't get into health silos between alcohol and mental health. But two questions really. Whenever someone gets one of these plans, these treatment requirement statements or whatever, however it's produced, is there somebody on the other end of that, like one person saying, right, this person needs X and Y and Z, and actually making sure that they don't fall between various stools? Is there somebody who's coordinating all of that for the individual? So that was one question. And the other question really, I was actually quite surprised to find that there was that gap, to be honest, and that you've got that additional funding, you put that additional funding in for 3 years, which is great. And I read that you were doing the quarterly kind of update within that committee, the name of which escapes me for a second. But I was wondering, at some point, would it be possible to get some kind of update of how you feel that's going? You know, what the numbers are looking like and how, you know, what the outcomes are looking like? I don't mean like tomorrow, but somewhere down the track when you feel you've got a bit of an idea of how that programme is working. If we could get some kind of feedback on that, that would be great. Thank you.
So taking the second one first, yes, I mean, that's the sort of thing that the Dorset Criminal Justice Board is now looking at its regular quarterly meetings, is the use of the MHTRs, the DRRs and the alcohol requirements. So yes, I'm very happy for us to come back at a future meeting and talk about that some more. I don't know if you want to put it on the work plan. I'll just consult with my team. Would you like to have shall we do the Dorset Criminal Justice Board as the subject and talk about the whole 9 yards of what it does? Does that make sense?
Happy to do either as a matter for, I suppose, for the forward plan.
It is, yeah. So we can do the Dorset Criminal Justice Board as a whole, or pick out just that one thing and do it as possibly a question. And the answer to your other question is who's responsible for running the plan for the individual. It's the NHS. That's where there would be somebody in their apparatus who would look after the individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing to say, thank you for this absolutely excellent paper. I think it's a really good summary of just what is going on in Dorset at this time. And I speak as one who, as you know, made my living from crime, mercifully other people's. I welcome the fact that the Verne prison workshops appear to be being brought back into use. I was there in the 1980s when they were humming and buzzing and did some tremendous work in terms of training people to go out with real skills and discipline to find jobs in the community, and time changes and people have new ideas. And at that time, the Verne was a brilliant training prison. It was a university with people who went on to become criminological lecturers, as well as people who went on to become builders. So really welcome that those are back on track. As far as accommodation and the idea of the what's called temporary, small new homes, whatever, those ones. Is there any mileage in working with Community Land Trust to see if you can find the land? I throw that in there to see, because certainly some of my villages and towns are talking about Community Land Trust for affordable housing. Well, that might be another possible way of opening a door. And what I'm getting to a question, and that is, I'm very aware, and working with people in a range of situations, not least drug misuse, and I think Mrs. Hambleton rings a bell. Young people, or not necessarily young people, a drug user who doesn't realise just how at risk they are and developing schizophrenic or psychotic behaviours, that no one's going to be able to treat them. You can contain, possibly. Contain is the most we would hope really to be realistically able to achieve. Do you think we are making any progress in that area in Dorset of actually being able to, A, divert, but then contain those people who are actually very dangerous? Those are the people, when I was working, I was worried about my team going out doing home visits because of the dangers they were walking into with those unpredictable behaviours. And it was highlighted by the murder in Nottingham this week, where you watch that guy's progress through the system. So are we making any progress in offering realistic ways of containing that behaviour in Dorset?
So if I take the drug bit away from it, dangerous individuals who have come to the attention of the police absolutely are mapped and contained if they have the ability to do so. That occurs all the time, and actually there's an operation, and I can't remember the name of it, which Dorset Police have been running recently over the last few months to do exactly that, and to bring more of those offenders that they know are at risk into custody and all the rest of it. The link to drugs in that manner, I'm not certain that has been elucidated in that way, if I'm honest. And I will ask the question at the next CDP in that regard. At the CDP, the treatment is mapped, and the numbers completing treatment successfully is going up. The number of non-opioid treatment successes is going up, and we're above target. And the reason that is significant is because one of the key products which causes a lot of the aggression is cocaine, as I'm sure you're aware, and particularly where cocaine is mixed with alcohol. So one of the things which is happening now, which didn't happen before, which also may help answer your question a little bit, is drug testing on arrest is now receiving funding from the government to increase that. And one of the areas which is being specifically looked at, there was a pilot done in South Wales, was that of domestic abuse. And in that pilot, of 150 people, 127 had cocaine in their blood. So I'm very clear that this is an area of developing work, and it needs to happen. And that drug testing on arrest, I actually, with my lobbying hat on, this week made the point to the policing minister that there are more and more drugs that we require to test for. There are more and more offences which are being brought into the fold where we could test for drugs. Yet the funding is not following that. And he said he'd take it away and look at it. So we'll see where we get to. So there's sort of two strands there. I know Dorset Police have a big initiative around mapping dangerous offenders generally at this moment in time. But the drug aspect, we've got the drug testing on arrest happening, but I'd like to ask that question into the CDP. So thank you.
To answer your question, actually answer your question, yeah, there are, Dorset is as safe as any other county as far as the Mental Health Act, people being sectioned under the Mental Health Act, people in the community, people under community treatment orders, all that sort of, and that's linked in if they go missing, police then have the authority to arrest under Section 136, which is a mental health arrest. Does that provide you with a little bit more reassurance?
I think, Mr. Chairman, it is an area of ongoing concern that is never going to be satisfactory to our, because the drugs that people are getting their hands on are constantly changing. And you mentioned the manufactured drugs in the States coming here. We're constantly tracing our tail, I feel. When you were talking, I remembered a young man who was a glowing student at school, all the rest of it. He was 16, he used some cannabis, which was extremely strong stuff. And he just was a wreck after that. It was just one use as far as we could gather, and he was an absolute hopeless wreck thereafter. So things can change in people's lives very drastically, very quickly through one mistake.
Yeah, thank you for that. If nobody's got any further questions on rehabilitation, then I move on to item 8, which is a complaints update. Liz, do you want to?
We have no complaints to report.
Thank you very much for that. Mark, work plan.
Thanks, Chair. So the work plan currently has 2 items listed on it for the next meeting in July. But it's been agreed to focus on alcohol, drug and gambling abuse and defer the right person might care subject to the September meeting. And that's to enable us to have a sort of post-elections focus on the police and crime plan. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at my erstwhile colleagues. There are no urgent items and there is no exempt business. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any further questions they'd like to ask of the Commissioner whilst you've got that opportunity? No, thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thanks for attending today. And thank you, Commissioner, for your time and more importantly, your team's time as well and the hard work they put in the background to make sure a successful meeting. Thank you very much.